Testing, testing. I like the color. That's an Allen Guard color.
Yeah.
Mhm. Good evening. Mayor, may we call the meeting to order? Good evening, and welcome to the City Commission of the City of Brownsville. So pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, that the Texas Open Meetings Act notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the said charter of said city, will convene at a regular meeting on December 9th, 2025. The time is 5:01 p.m. here in the City Commission chambers located on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall, old federal building, located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street in Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas, 78520. Mayor, may we proceed with the roll call?
Yes, please.
Mayor John Cowan Jr.,
Present.
Commissioner Pedro Cardenas, Commissioner Brian Martinez,
Present.
Commissioner Gustavo de Leon,
Present.
Commissioner Linda Macias, Commissioner, Tino Villarreal,
Present.
Commissioner Narenth Galowski. We do have a quorum present to proceed with the invocation, which will be led by Alicia Justilian. And following, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flags of the United States of America and the state of Texas.
Good evening, everyone. Please join us in prayer. Our Father in heaven, we come into your presence once again, grateful for so many things. This time of year, we celebrate your Son's birth, our Savior Jesus Christ, whom you sent and who the prophet Isaiah announced. For to us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government will be on his shoulders. And he will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. We give you control of this meeting, Lord, and ask for your will over all the agenda items. Give our commission, city leaders, and our citizens understanding on all these matters. May your spirit be our guide. Also, Father God, we want to thank you for our city manager, Ms. Helen Ramirez, and all her years of service to our city. We are very thankful for her diligence and caring heart for our community. We pray that you continue to bless her and her family in their next journey in their lives. We proclaim your promise in your word over her life and over her family that says, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." We also pray your blessings over Mr. Allen Guard as he takes the position of interim city manager. Bless all who are here in person and remotely. We give you the honor and praise. In Jesus' name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you.
Proclamations. A proclamation designated Tuesday, December 9th, 2025 as Helen Ramirez Day. At this time, I will pass it over to our Deputy City Manager, Mr. Guard.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. A few brief words before the proclamation. When Helen Ramirez started in Brownsville as a deputy city manager and then stepped up as the first female city manager, she approached her work with purpose: to make the lives of every man, woman, and child in Brownsville just a little better each day. Her vision to accomplish that has been the One City approach, people, purpose, projects. With the support of the City Commission, elected by our residents, we build projects and provide services to our community. Our employees carry out their work with a sense of purpose. And they do that because through Helen's vision, she puts people first. They know that. They believe her because she's authentic, and it's very real. She has carried out the Commission's vision by improving wages and benefits, investing in training for all levels of the organization, and creating a place where people want to stay for a career, and other people are knocking on our door who want to work here. There's an old rabbinic saying, do not be afraid of work that has no end. And that is how I've come to look at this profession, this calling of city management. We are the builders of community, and in that effort, we are constantly planning, building, maintaining, then tearing down and building again. Change is constant, and as long as our citizens demand better service, better roads, safer communities, better parks, better libraries, our work will have no end. I know that for now, Helen, your career will pause, but I also believe that you will step back into the arena when you're ready and when you find the right challenge, because I know that you find purpose in this work that has no end. One City has been institutionalized into our organizational culture. Mission accomplished. We will keep the light of One City shining in our hearts as we carry out the important work day in and day out. And I know I speak for many of us when I say it has been some of the most fulfilling work in our careers, working for you and with you. I used to be afraid of work that had no end, but now it inspires me, and I look forward to the work every morning I wake up, and that is because of you. Thank you, Helen. Now we have a brief video to show.
So at this time, it's my distinct honor to present this proclamation. And so Helen, I don't know if you want to come up here. So this is a proclamation honoring Helen Ramirez Day, December 9th, 2025. Whereas Helen Ramirez serves as the city manager for the city of Brownsville, the largest city in the Rio Grande Valley and the 18th largest city in the state of Texas, proudly serving approximately 190,000 residents. And whereas Ms. Ramirez is the first female to serve as city manager for the city of Brownsville since its incorporation in 1853, marking a historic milestone in the city's leadership and paving the way for future generations. And whereas Ms. Ramirez brings more than 20 years of dedicated experience in municipal government, urban planning, and economic development, along with 10 years of private sector experience, demonstrating a strong commitment to public service and strategic city building. And whereas she joined the city of Brownsville in March 2019 as deputy city manager, while also serving for a period of time as executive director and CEO of the Greater Brownsville Incentives Corporation, showcasing her ability to lead both operational and economic development initiatives. And whereas, as city manager, Ms. Ramirez has been instrumental in accelerating economic growth, guiding downtown redevelopment, overhauling development codes, advancing the city's first mobility transportation plan, establishing a capital recovery fee, and strengthening organizational culture across all departments. And whereas Ms. Ramirez leads more than 1,200 city employees under the transformative One City philosophy, focused on collaboration, partnership, and excellence, uniting the organization and enhancing service delivery to residents. And whereas her leadership continues to strengthen Brownsville's economic landscape, create employment opportunities, and reinforce a strategic vision that values quality of life while building a legacy that will benefit future generations. And whereas her dedication, professionalism, and unwavering commitment have created a measurable and lasting impact on the city of Brownsville. And we deeply appreciate all her efforts and the positive influence she provided to our organization and community. And whereas Ms. Ramirez holds a Bachelor of Science in City and Regional Planning from California Polytechnic State University, San Luis Obispo, is an ICMA credentialed manager, maintains AICP certification, and is an active member of professional organizations, including TCMA and APA, and is a founding board member of the Texas City Managers Leadership Circle. And now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the Charter of said city, do hereby proclaim December 9th, 2025 as Helen Ramirez Day in the City of Brownsville and encourage all residents to recognize and celebrate her outstanding contributions, achievements, and service to our community, done on this, the 9th day of December, 2025, signed the Mayor and the City Commission.
And for the record, we do have Commissioner Macias present.
I think the video said it all. It really demonstrates all the love and the commitment to the city. You know, first of all, to all our employees, I mean, this is your win. It's been an honor. It is an honor to be a city manager in the city of Brownsville. I don't know how many cities in the world really have the leadership that you've demonstrated, and always with the support of Mayor John Cowan and all the commissioners. You have really made us and allowed us to succeed and allowed me to succeed. Thank you for this privilege. Thank you for believing in One City, believing in all the different initiatives that we'd want to, taking care of our city, letting us take care of all our employees. That really is so important. And also, you know, this is a city that really will continue its momentum under the wonderful leadership of our interim city manager, Alan Gard, your leadership, and all our wonderful employees that are here. They amaze me every day. And this is the city where you can interview for SpaceX in person. This is a city that is becoming a private 5G network city that it created by itself. This is the city that is expanding the zoo. This is the city that brings its partners together and is the future for soccer in Texas. This is the city that believes in trails and health and parks and rec. This is the city that's leading the valley with the South Texas Alliance of City, the RGEV MPO. This is the city, you are the county seat, you are the 18th largest city in Texas. And you are inspiration for the state, the region, the city, the nation. And so I'm very proud of you because you bring everyone with you. It's not just about the city of Brownsville. It's about all the wonderful partners that when there's a fire, you know, you call United Way and they step up, and Good Neighbor and Ozanam. It is because of your leadership and you bringing our community together that One City continues to accelerate with our partners. So it's something to be proud of. I'm very proud of, and I know you will continue with this momentum because we never stop. One City, strong. Thank you.
So I'd like to say a few words. You know, I was fortunate to meet Helen when I got elected as city commissioner in 2019. And, you know, the very first thing she said to me was, well, why did you run for office? Like, what are you in it for, right? Like, she challenged me to reflect on my path, my journey, right? And I think, you know, one of the things that really I've learned from Helen is that culture matters here, that people matter. I think that's your legacy. You know, she, as deputy city manager and as city manager, has made this city more professional, a leader in innovation, a leader you know, no projects, you know, is off the table when we're thinking about how to provide a better future for our city. And I think that's a testament to your courage, your tenacity, and you inspired that in your staff. And I think in me and the commission, right? And I think it challenges us to think bigger because you know that we have the team that can move mountains here, right? And so you've always been the biggest cheerleader for Brownsville, the biggest supporter, and I know you'll continue to be that. And just know that I'll be rooting for you wherever you go in your next chapter. So God bless you and God bless your family, and I wish you the very best. Anyone else would like to say a few words?
Want to go first? Ms. Ramirez, I want to thank you for your service. I know the short time I've been here, it's been a pleasure working with you, alongside of you. I wish nothing but the best for you. And also, being the first city manager female is an incredible job. And I'm sure you've touched a lot of women out here in Brownsville so that they know that they can one day also be the city manager for the largest city in the Rio Grande Valley. I also want to thank you for taking the time, doing my agenda reviews. Some of my ideas, accepting them, where they might not be the best ideas, but you were always open to my ideas. But I really commend you on the job that you have done for the city of Brownsville because it's important. The culture here is different than anywhere else. And you did it. We made it. Sometimes we may not all agree with everybody in Brownsville, but we try and do the best job we can, and you did an awesome job. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart, and from my office. Thank you for everything you've done for the city and for myself. Thank you.
Helen, thank you. Pretty loud. Yeah. Louder than I thought. For me, I think the most important thing that I can share with everyone in the audience, Helen, we've had a chance for me to personally thank you, but I think the most important thing in the city of Brownsville for me is the type of leadership that we have. And you're a visionary, and I hope that we continue that as a city. Visionaries for me are where the normal people see the finish line, visionaries see that as a starting line. And I really do believe that there were a lot of things that people thought were impossible that are now inevitable in Brownsville, thanks to your leadership. So thank you very much. And like everyone else, we just wish you the best, and you always have a home here in Brownsville. Thank you.
Next, we do have a presentation of a resolution by the Representative Aaron Gomez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Georgette Betancourt Medellin. I am District Director for State Representative Erin Elizabeth Gomez. She sends her regards as she is out on business travel. I will proceed with reading a resolution from the state of Texas. Whereas Helen Ramirez is concluding her tenure as City Manager of Brownsville on December 19, 2025, drawing a close 6 years of outstanding service to our community. Whereas Ms. Ramirez began her career with the City of Brownsville in 2019 as Deputy City Manager, and she also served as Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Greater Brownsville Incentives Corporation. She went on to be appointed Interim City Manager in 2022 before becoming the first female City Manager for the largest city in the Rio Grande Valley. Under her stewardship, the municipality has implemented investments in infrastructure, health, safety, housing, and public amenities, and it has experienced robust economic development. In addition, she has helped advance collaboration among city departments, community partners, and private businesses, leading to such initiatives as space and technology partnerships and the expansion of the Brownsville South Padre Island International Airport. And whereas before joining the City of Brownsville, Mrs. Ramirez held positions with the City of Hutto, as well as Los Angeles County and the cities of Hawthorne and La Habra in California. She also worked for a decade in the private sector with Pro Intec SA Indra Sistemas Group, where she managed high-profile domestic and international economic development projects. And whereas Mrs. Ramirez, an American Institute of Certified Planners professional, and she belongs to the Texas City Management Association, the International City-County Management Association, and the American Planning Association, as well as the International Council of Shopping Centers. She holds a bachelor's degree in city and regional planning from California Polytechnic State University, and whereas through her professionalism, vision, and leadership, Helen Ramirez has greatly benefited the residents of Brownsville, and she is truly deserving of recognition for her achievements. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Helen Ramirez be commended for her service as City Manager of Brownsville, and that she be extended sincere best wishes for the future. Signed, Erin Elizabeth Agames, State Representative, District 38.
Next, we have a special presentation from the mayor and the city commission.
Sure.
Did you want to say something?
You know, in honor of your service and your dedication to our city, I do want to present you with the key to our city. It's just the first time ever that we've done this, and as far as I've, at least me as mayor and as city commissioner, so just wanted to provide this to you. That says the first female city manager for 7 years of dedicated, authentic, and visionary service to the city of Brownsville, trailblazer, community advocate, and builder of one city.
I think she's gonna have a comment.
Helen, I just wanted to come on here. I'm a little speechless. It's a very sad day to see that you'll be leaving the city of Brownsville, but I know that you will remain within our hearts. And with your One City legacy, you have done a lot of initiatives, such as the Women's Conference, the One City Employee Conference, the Careers in Coffee, that you initiated that. So you leave behind a lot of innovative and creative initiatives that were not placed, but severely needed within our community. My biggest takeaway from meeting with you and learning from you is the importance of relationship building. And I saw you do that in the capacity of a leader. I saw you do that not only culturally within our One City, but I saw you do that outside as well. So there was no company, no organization that you wouldn't go after and ensure that you did your own little campaign to entice them to be here. You opened a lot of doors, and we have great momentum within this community. I would tell you that in these last 2 years of being a city commissioner, I attribute a lot of my success because of collaboration. And so you've always taught us to collaborate and ensure that we all come together and put our resources together in order for us to reach a desired goal. And I could only be half of successful in the things that we've accomplished in District 2. 35 roads. We're doing the largest 24-acre park in District 2 because of your innovative and creative approach. We have tackled on air quality issues within our community that was recognized across the state. Our city attorneys were also recognized across the state, Texas Municipal League as well. And I feel that through the collaborative work and your spearheading leadership, we've been able to be a great example to other cities. It's a sad day, like I mentioned, and I wish you the best wherever you go. We take on a lot of things and we've learned a lot of things to continue that momentum. And with that being said, one city, we'll keep on going with one city, and to the most beautiful city manager in the world.
At this time, we are going to take a short recess and we will return and reconvene back into open session. There is cake, so please enjoy. And cookies.
Tomorrow, 10, you explain.
Well, then we'll just do it too.
Yeah.
I have.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And it's, have a pencil.
What is it? For check, getting stopped.
Thursday. How? I think.
What's the? Something like.
Can I explain it to him?
Yeah. Everything.
Hello, how's it
Yeah.
Make sure.
Let's say. These are all 25. So those sit positions. Yes. We can please your. Yeah.
That's base, that's still. Also compensation, it's a little difference.
Then you're so good. And they're just. You're defining their. No. That's all. No. I think even the legal. Yeah. Go for it. I mean, I'm got a vision. Fully.
So that's it. It's,
Check it out. From their perspective.
it's planning money, so it's a CP planning.
Yeah.
It's a special. Yes, no. Out to the land.
No. Mhm. We got 4. We have a few more minutes, and we'll be back to reconvene into open session. Mayor, want us to, or wait? Oh, there's.
Yeah.
Okay, the time is 5:57 PM. We are reconvened back into open session. The next section is the public comment period. Under section 2-26, under conduct says that conversations between or amongst the audience members should be conducted outside the meeting room, and that attendees should refrain from the conversation while commission is in session. B, cell phones. That attendees must refrain from the operation, use of the cellular telephones, pagers, et cetera, or any of the mechanical devices that may disrupt the city commission's proceedings. C, placards, banners, or signs are not to be permitted in the commission chamber or in any other room in which the city commission conducts a meeting. Included in this prohibition are the various hats, caps, visors, and T-shirts, which may represent the sentiments as alluded to regarding the placards, banners, and/or signs. D, exhibits, displays, and the visual aids used in connection with the presentation to the city commission are permitted. E, only the city commission members and city staff may approach the dais. If a report, letter, et cetera, is to be presented to the city commission, it should be given to the city secretary or staff who will make the distribution. It is preferable that the item be given to the city secretary prior to the meeting time. A copy of the item should be made available for the city secretary's official record. F, all comments shall be made to the mayor and the city commission as a whole, not to individual commission members. Currently, we do have 4 that have been pre-registered. However, 1 wished not to speak, so we will start with Nancy Mesa. Do not see Nancy Mesa present. We will move to Annie Tax. Is it virtual?
I'm virtual.
Okay.
I wrote something out regarding the dismantling of the LGBTQ task force. I just wanted to say that I'm greatly disappointed in our city leadership for deciding not only to defund this program and dismantle this program. For years, I've been proud to say that I felt my city represented the gay community. This has obviously come to an end. For leadership to say that this program's no longer needed, that we're in a good place, is purposeful and pointed ignorance. It's bordering on violence. Bigoted behavior displayed and tolerated by all of you at yesterday's meeting is evidence enough that the city's not where leadership purports us to be. Time and time again, leadership lets money talk and allows our most marginalized community members to suffer as a result. I'd be eager to know whose dollar was behind this big idea. A family member of mine was bullied out of 2 schools last year for being too visibly gay, just last year. And any gay staff, who are often the only ones to make them feel seen and heard in a school day, are being backed into a corner and treated as a threat. Kids like those bullies are given the notion and the words to hate by the adults that raised them and their ideas. And those hateful ideas are, whether you like it or not, alive and well in our city. And your decision to get rid of our LGBTQ task force lets us all know exactly where you stand on the power that those ideas hold. You're complicit in this hate and in making this decision. I really implore you to rethink this way of governing and stand by our community. Committing to this task force would look like turning that hate into acceptance and understanding. Hate is not inherent, nor is complacency, but queerness is. Your business partners and your flattery for one another will come and go. We're not going anywhere. That's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Next speaker, Robert Longoria.
Thank you very much for the opportunity and forum to speak directly, Mayor, Commissioners. I want to express my dissatisfaction as a resident of Brownsville, as a citizen of the United States, and as a constituent of this city. The dissolution of the LGBTQ+ task force is premature from my perspective. This is a human rights issue, and while the city has its plans on one city, This communicates to Brownsville residents that as long as funding is cut, so will the backbone of our community's values. Make no mistake, if this is a foregone conclusion, if your minds are made up, then so be it. We will bear witness. But I ask you to dig deep into your hearts, into your souls, and reflect. Is this what it means to be one city? Thank you for your time.
So that will conclude the public comment period. Next, we have the presentation, item number 1. Is the work plan of fiscal year 2025 highlights and the fiscal year 2026 notable initiatives.
We have Alan Gard presenting on both. And it's really great to recognize, really, this is the win, your wins, and also the wins of our, all our employees, over 1,300 employees that work really hard. And it really, what you're going to see is what we've done over the fiscal year 2025 by pillar. So really, it's a really great way for our community to get a snapshot of where their tax dollars go to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Commission. Alan Gard, Deputy City Manager and Chief Financial Officer. I'm going to start by talking about the highlights from our 2025 work plan. Again, these cover the pillars that are established by the Commission through our strategic planning process, and we will be updating that process in January. So under economic development, a number of wins, and a lot of these you'll see are in combination with some of our partners. Brownsville was named the #1 metro in the Area Development's 2024 Leading Metro Locations Report, the #1 affordable city in America by Travel and Leisure, and a top place to buy a home by NICE. Our public-private partnership with Omni Fiber has now reached over 4,500 homes and continues to add more every day. Working with the zoo and with the assistance from funding through BCIC, we helped complete construction of the zip line at Gladys Porter Zoo, which has been a real big hit. Natural Grocers has come to our community, and Sprouts will be coming soon. They're moving dirt over there already by Lowe's. The Palenque Grill took over the old Johnny Carino spot, reopened there, so we saw a great redevelopment happen along one of our main drags. We had our groundbreaking at the Brownsville Industrial Park for Phase 1 with our partners GBIC, including Anchor Industrial by CIL. Lindy Gas Company has opened their business and are already looking at expanding, and they're a Tier 1 supplier for SpaceX. We have the agreement with the Mitty Cultural Center, taking over the former space that was formerly the Brownsville Museum of Fine Arts. We have a new Amazon delivery station that was announced by GBIC. We had our third Coffees and Career. We had over 7,000 people looking for jobs that day, and we hosted that in connection with GBIC. And that very next day, we had several hundred people look at the city's website and apply for jobs at the city that same day. That were those views were inspired by Coffee and Careers. Brownsville has been certified as a tourism-friendly Texas certified community, and we hosted our second annual Space Fest in 2025, including a conference, and we had a very large concert in collaboration with both SpaceX and GBIC. Under the planning and zoning pillar, we launched the Downtown Renaissance Master Plan, and those meetings have been phenomenal with lots of community engagement, and they continue. We entered into interlocal agreements with Cameron County to allow both the county and the city to contribute funding toward an expanded downtown TERS, which will lead to hopefully to some significant development in downtown with a private partner. We established citywide illumination standards for billboards and a citywide limit on the number of gas stations on main city intersections. We approved our first medical overlay zone. We prepared a scope and advertise, and we are now evaluating proposals for the city's first housing master plan. And we held work sessions with the development community to seek feedback on improving Excella online, the online permitting platform. And we've enhanced that to make it more intuitive and easier for users that are applying for building permits. Under infrastructure, we were awarded a $264 million contract. Federal Services Administration was awarded a $264 million contract for the Brownsville Gateway Land Port of Entry Modernization Project. We awarded a new solid waste contract for both residential and commercial, and we're initiating our citywide residential recycling, which will kick off in January. We completed our ARPA-funded, or will complete our ARPA-funded downtown water wastewater improvements. And you can see those are already making impact. You can see as they improve the alleys downtown as part of that project, will have a significant impact on the downtown. Reconstruction of Old Highway 77, full reconstruction is well underway. It's about halfway done, maybe a little bit more. Overall, we completed 77 streets, 285 miles of road, mill, and overlay. We finally completed, or did complete, construction of the transfer station at Jose Colunga, adding the bus wash there, which is a major improvement for our B Metro. We have begun reconstruction of the Brownsville Sao Padre Airport runway, and we're using our CO dollars to leverage about $17 million of FAA grants. We initiated construction of our new landfill maintenance building, a big operational improvement to our landfill. We connected 27 city buildings with fiber to enhance connectivity and cybersecurity, and we began reconstruction of Wild Rose Lane. The capital recovery fee has been implemented, and it's generated close to $900,000 that will then be programmed for street and road enhancements throughout the community and throughout the zones where those funds have been collected. And we've completed a feasibility study for bus rapid transit, and those findings were presented recently. We also secured $27.8 million in projects through the Rio Grande Valley MPO to fund our intelligent transportation system, which was in our CIP. And that will improve traffic flow and synchronization throughout the city. We have had our groundbreaking for our public safety complex, which is just monumental and will position our public safety operations for the next 50 years. We successfully negotiated a 3-year collective bargaining agreement with our firefighters. And again, that helps move them forward and secures their positions here with the city. And it was definitely a win-win. They know that we care about them, and we really appreciate the work that they do. And they proved that this past weekend, fighting the fire at the apartments. We have initiated a fire station project for new state-of-the-art central fire station to enhance operational efficiency and response time and firefighter safety in the downtown area. And another one of our great partners, Rio Grande LNG, donated $1.2 million to fund a fire truck that's stationed out at fire station number 8 that will serve the Port of Brownsville, the emergency, the ESD district out there, as well as the LNG operations that are under construction. We graduated 20 paramedic students from fire department through our in-house program. It took them 8 months to go through that program. And we hosted our 3rd annual State of the Brownsville Police Department, showcasing the 8th safest city in America here in Brownsville. Brownsville PD has implemented a number of a crime suppression plan using specialized impact teams. And a real big improvement and innovation, you approved the awarding of a contract for the Axon body cameras and drone systems, as well as AI software, which is real-time crime center tools. This will exceptionally enhance our situational awareness and improve our reporting, and it will add an estimated amount of 10 FTEs for our police department. So that type of innovation, very much appreciated. Through our IT department, they've installed the first phase, working with NT Data P5G infrastructure to cover our parks and trails. And there are now QR codes set up where if you go into those and you're in one of our parks, boom, you have internet. That's a huge enhancement. And once we started telling people about that, we saw the use immediately go up once people recognized they could do that. We have established the groundwork to launch Teen Court, an initiative through our municipal court that we're collaborating with Texas Southmost College and BISD. And we implemented a new passenger safety program in all our B Metro routes. We launched a citywide AI factory integrating Edge AI, IoT sensors, and real-time analytics to modernize public safety and infrastructure monitoring. And cybersecurity risk management policy published our citywide policy, which aligns with NIST's Cybersecurity Framework 2. Quality of life and vibrancy, much appreciation to BCIC, the Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation. They approved almost $6 million for 25 quality of life projects in our parks and recreation system, as well as working with some of our partners that use our park systems. We're partnering with them to help complete those projects. Our assistant directors developed the Bright Initiative, where we are doing quarterly neighborhood cleanups throughout the city, as well as there's other elements to that to help make Brownsville a cleaner community for everybody. We are almost completed with the Parks Health and Recreation Master Plan. We've had an initial draft of that final plan, and we'll be coming back to you soon to talk about that more. I appreciate very much the support from the entire commission with the Youth Advisory Board. And we have had 2 one-city golf tournaments, and we've had a 5K run and 100-yard dash. And that group has awarded almost $10,000 worth of small scholarships to young people 18 and under from Brownsville who are doing leadership development in many, many different ways. We sponsored chess teams, we sponsored STEM clubs, we sponsored a young lady who just danced in the Macy's Day Parade. We supported a young man who went to an all-star football camp and that type of leadership. So we really appreciate your support in that. Next golf tournament, January 31st, you'll be getting information soon. BTX Health has reached over 1,265 employees. They've done 29 presentations, and they've had 325 scheduled consultations at the BTX Health Center on Ringgold. We have approved an interlocal agreement with City of Starbase for mosquito testing and advanced chronic disease and SDOH monitoring and expanded wastewater surveillance with our new biomarkers and cross-border collaboration that our public health department does, monitoring public health issues like flu, RSV, and things like that. The free downtown circular route becomes more popular every week on the weekends as our people that visit our downtown take advantage of that, having dinner at one restaurant, visiting different bars, and having fun with their Brownsville neighbors. We've implemented city employee policies, including paid parental leave, annual leave, holiday leave, the Frontier Clinic, which has been a huge game changer for many of our employees. Many of our employees did not have a primary care doctor. Utilizing the Frontier Clinic, they've had physicals, they've now established baselines, they've identified things that they need to do in their lives to help improve their health so they can work for us longer and healthier. And we rolled out free Wi-Fi, as I noted earlier, at Linear Park and Dean Porter Park, and 5 more parks are in progress. Under governance, we've implemented the Permitium software for patrons to use for birth and death records online, which greatly improves our customer service and lowers fees. We provided prospective candidates information on the upcoming elections. The 2025 State of the City that the mayor and the commission did was a huge success. We completed a 2025 compensation study, which the commission we're very grateful that you funded that, phase 1 of that in the 2026 budget. Working very closely with our chamber, we had a very successful Brownsville Day at the state capitol in Austin. We are implementing our short-term rental ordinance, which will enhance the funds available to help our CVB and our nonprofits that help bring tourism to Brownsville. We have established an MOU for shared services with the Brownsville Public Utility Board, and we launched our CIP online project tracking via ClearGov, so our residents can look at our CIP projects online and check their status. We completed a U.S. Department of Transportation Thriving Communities program in coordination with our partners at the Brownsville Housing Authority. And we created a new enterprise fund for BTX fiber operations, which will manage the revenues and expenditures similar to an enterprise fund. And we'll be talking about some of our first agreements with the commission that we'll be collecting revenue on. We had digital inclusion courses, and we had a huge free laptop giveaway. And that is something we will continue. We had probably 1,000 young people register for that. I think we had about 300 or so laptops to give away. We're going to keep doing that, and we're going to try to get more laptops to give away in the future. And we implemented and launched a one-stop shop online for municipal court solutions, enabling payments, record requests, attorney filings, and case management all in one platform for those who have to go through municipal court. So that's our 2025 work plan updates. I want to thank the commission, really thank our employees. They take these work plan items seriously. It gives them direction and expectations and really helps guide their work on a daily basis. And we want to really appreciate our partners. You know, One City isn't just about city departments. It's BCIC, it's GBIC, it's BISD, it's our hospitals, it's our business community. It's all the volunteers we've had so far for Bright. It's just our citizens. One City really is a philosophy that goes beyond the walls of this building or any city building. So we would very much thank our partners as well. And so thank you, Commission, for all that support. I'm going to jump right into 2025 unless you have some questions, or we can do questions at the end. All right, so we've already developed our work plans for 2026, and some things have already happening. Barnes & Noble, I'm crushed. I wasn't able to be there because I love Barnes & Noble, but there were lines around the building for more than one day. That's awesome. Sprouts will be opening in the coming year, and we are looking at the development of a new boutique hotel at El Tapiz there in Market Square. I'm grateful to you for helping us sell $150 million worth of certificates of obligation, and we are putting that money to use immediately. We're developing and working on a space commerce strategy in conjunction with GBIC, and we're also working with our federal lobbyists to see how Washington can help us with that initiative as well. You continue to support the Brownsville South Padre Island International Airport, and we're looking at recruiting additional commercial airlines to offer our citizens more options, as well as a cargo airline to help bring in additional revenue and support the airport. Citywide initiative to proactively manage our general fund. Every department is looking at their operation and identifying ways that they can be innovative in their service, identify other potential revenue options, or streamline their services in a way that will save funding in the general fund, because we anticipate future legislative action that may restrict our city budgets. So we're trying to be proactive about that and make sure we can continue to keep our tax rate as low as possible. We are working in collaboration with USL at a potential soccer team here, professional soccer team at the USL level here. And we're looking at the creation of a Brownsville Sports Commission that could lead that effort. We are hosting our first Brownsville Birding Festival in April, and that is in conjunction with a number of partners. Again, you keep hearing that word partners, and that's on purpose. We will be launching a request for interest for somebody to do future development at the Capitol Theater now that the roof is almost completed. And so we want to activate that space again. So we'll be looking for partners to help us do that. And we are starting to launch a feasibility plan and start a process for doing a request for interest for some hotel that would be adjacent to service the zoo. And we are, and again, we're we're already getting feelers from private developers who have heard about that project and are expressing interest already. In planning and zoning, we're going to support the implementation of the downtown TERS along with the county, the Madera TERS, and any future TERS that would be beneficial to our development. We are supporting the housing master plan. As I noted, those proposals right now are under evaluation. And we're developing the scope and looking to procure the newest comprehensive plan. That's a citywide plan that will incorporate all the master plans we have been working on into a comprehensive development plan for the entire city. We are looking at implementing downtown alley activation and beautification projects in conjunction with some of our partners, including SpaceX. We're exploring and applying for grants for a downtown transportation corridor enhancement project. We are working with BHA at what to do with Market Square and how we can transition their collection, the museum that will be occurring at the San Fernando building, and an overall operational roadmap in collaboration with our consultant at what our cultural and museum scene can look like. We're working on completing the Downtown Renaissance Master Plan. We are looking at completing a drainage utility master plan and discussing potential ways we can address flooding and other drainage issues throughout the city. And we're looking at, and tonight you'll see several of the amendments related to the UDC, the Unified Development Code. Under other infrastructure, we are moving into phase 2 very quickly of the new public safety complex. We'll be adding about 3 feet of dirt out there to bring that land up. And then when construction starts, you will see that happen very quickly. We're very far along in terms of our overall design of the public safety facility. We're looking at negotiating new revenue contracts. Again, we're starting on the first one of those. We'll be talking with the commission tonight about. Continue to lead and support in collaboration with the zoo master plan. And we've helped them finish the design of the lion exhibit. And so now they'll be working on funding for that, as well as the hotel development. And there will be a parking garage related to that as well to help service the zoo and Dean Porter Park and all the events that happen out there. Phase 2 and phase 3 of the reconstruction of the airport runway will occur. We will complete reconstruction of Old Highway 77, Wild Rose. Old Alice is coming up, and we received bids today on Coffee Road phase 1. So you'll be seeing that on an agenda in the very near future. We will complete the Brownsville Cannery project. I promise you, we will complete that. Update the Sidewalk and Trails Master Plan, complete construction plans for both the West Rail Trail Extension and Morrison Road to Montabella Trail projects in coordination with TxDOT. We are procuring engineering design services for phase 5 of the Southmost Nature Trail in coordination with the Omnimax Tracks and TxDOT, and construction of phase 3 of the Southmost Nature Trail, and more bus shelters. Those are funded by BCIC, and we're very grateful for those. Those are big upgrades for our riders. Public safety, you were present at the 150th anniversary of the Brownsville Fire Department, which was a great event, honoring 150 years, but it was a great turnout from our retired firefighters too. It was a great event. We're looking at converting Fire Station 9 into a special operations facility. And you'll look at phase 1 of the Central Station project too, by starting to secure design, architects for design, and having public engagement. Continue to work on our accreditation through the Texas Police Chiefs Association. We very much appreciate the funding of the juvenile funds that municipal court has collected for juvenile diversion and 2 new programs through the Strategic Child Safety Fund Utilization Project. We'll be co-hosting disaster plan guidance and training with Texas Health and Human Services. Continued collaboration with PUB to update and strengthen our water conservation and drought contingency plan. And Teen Court will be launched in 2026 in collaboration with Texas Southmost, BISD, and other entities. Under quality of life, you'll see the bright the Bright Initiative continue and grow. We really want that to capture the community's hearts and continue to increase the volunteerism in that. We have been working through the Bloomberg Harvard Initiative to develop a plan to promote our parks and recreation for improving overall health and well-being of everybody in our community. You'll see implementation, and parts of it already are, of the Parks Health and Recreation Master Plan. You've seen the fitness courts been installed, and I think we've had some ribbon cuttings for those with a great partnership with a national association that provides funding for those, enhancing 3 of our parks. And there are 25 quality of life projects that will continue at our parks, at our recreation facilities, and throughout our trails and our public space, as well as at the Brownsville Sports Park. The pergola project is underway at Southmost Branch, and that'll be a great shady area outside where people can hang out and read, hang out with their pets and read. We established a technology lab at the main library to increase digital inclusion in collaboration with BTX Fiber. And there are now sensory rooms for children with special needs at both libraries, where young people with special needs can go and calm down and they can enjoy our facilities. And it's a great addition to help their parents. And we're working in conjunction with the YMCA to see what we can do to enhance our recreation facilities, possibly through a new recreation center, enhancing our current recreation centers, and finding a partner to help us operate that in a cost-effective way that meets the needs of this community without sapping the city's budget. In governance, we'll having a strategic visioning retreat with the commission in January. Again, we continue to look at proactively managing our general fund revenue and expenditures. The CMD and community communications and BTV teams will produce a monthly news update with the mayor and start working on podcasts with our commissioners. You all are very engaged in our community, and we think that's the modern way now, I guess, to reach out to our citizens. We're working on sister city agreements with various cities, and we'll be preparing for the 90th Texas legislative session, which will be coming up in 2027. We're planning another trip to DC to where we can work with our federal lobbyists and talk to our representatives and our senators there and get support for projects here. We'll continue to lead and support our capital improvement plan. It's about $300 million over 5 years. And again, thank you for supporting the $150 million of funding to make some major progress on that. We will be initiating a citizen satisfaction survey to collect data on how people feel about our services and let us know how we can improve and enhance them. And we'll be working with the Brownsville Police Association on their collective bargaining agreement, which expires this year, following the successful negotiation with the fire department CBA last year. And we're going to continue to have coffee with the mayor. We're working on different town halls with all the commissioners so that you all have opportunity to get out there and meet your constituents face to face. And of course, we're looking forward to the next annual State of the City, which will be held at Texas Southmost College. I'm not going to go through all these, but you can see there's a lot of street repairs that are coming. Some of these are full reconstruction. 5 of them will be full reconstruction. 13 are mill and overlay. Overall, 44,320 linear feet of streets will be covered, and we'll be spending $35 million investing in our roads to make them smoother for all of our citizens. And then when you match this up with the traffic signalization, I think our citizens will clearly see better transportation as they drive through our town. It will be noticeable as these projects are completed. So that's all that I have. I know that was a lot, and I appreciate the time you gave me, and we can do our best now to answer any questions you might have.
This is only a portion of the 420 individual work items that throughout our 22 departments or so.
And this is about 20%.
Yeah, only.
I just want to thank you for the comprehensive overview. I think it's beneficial, obviously, to the public to show the transformative projects we are working on as a city and using our resources wisely at the same time. So thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Any questions or comments?
Thank you very
all.
much.
Okay, next we have the consent agenda items, items 1 through 8.
Move to approve consent item.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as listed. Any further discussions? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Have a motion carries.
Public hearing, item number 1. Is a public hearing and action on the first reading on the following ordinances amending the Unified Development Code, starting with letter A, ordinance number 2025-235.119 to amend the Unified Development Code, Article 5 of the supplemental regulations, Section 5.5, flood damage prevention, subsections 5.5.12, under the duties and the responsibilities of the floodplain administrator, 5.5.15, the provisions for the flood hazard reduction, and 5.6.8 under the general performance criteria for the stormwater management to enhance the existing stormwater management program and dealing with the related matters as shown in Exhibit A.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commission. My name is Daniel Leal, the Director of Planning and Redevelopment Services. We have a battery of 5 UDC amendments, as Mr. Gard mentioned. One of the line items is developing and approving amendments to the UDC. That project starts today. And I want to, in the spirit of enhancing and trusting and empowering our employees, Martin Vega, Assistant Director over Zoning, and myself agreed to let our senior planners today present these items to you, rather than ourselves, right? They have been practicing in the last months with the Planning and Zoning Commission, and they're ready to present with you. So help me welcome Carlos Guerra and Samuel Sanchez after the first presentation, which will be done by HAF Associates. But they bring more than 10 years of experience to this town. It was a great recruitment we had like 3-4 months ago, and they're really starting to make a difference. With that said, I will pass it on to HAF Associates.
And as they come to the podium, Mayor and Commission, I just wanted to remind everyone that this is one public hearing, and items A through G will be considered this evening. You will have one presentation. Probably they will have a tag team of presenters, but we'll have one presentation. You all can adopt items A through G in one motion, or adopt, kind of like how you do consent, adopt some, amend some. And so we're ready to answer any questions you might have on that. But just a reminder, one public hearing.
Advance the slide, okay. Well, good evening, Mayor, members of the commission. I think most of you know me, but my name is Ann Whitco. I'm a water resources team leader with HAF Associates here in our Brownsville office. And I'm going to be presenting an overview of the proposed changes to the Unified Development Code in support of the city's application to FEMA to join the Community Rating System, or CRS program. For context, I'm going to start with a brief background on CRS program and the benefits of participating before I get into the specific changes that we are proposing. The CRS program is a voluntary incentive program that encourages community floodplain management practices that exceed the minimum requirements of the National Flood Insurance Program, or NFIP. The goals of the program are to reduce and avoid flood damages to property owners, to strengthen and support the insurance aspects of the NFIP program, and to foster comprehensive floodplain management strategies. While enacting higher regulatory standards for new developments can cause challenges and additional expenses for growth in the community, they are important in that they protect existing residents from worsening flooding conditions, making the community as a whole more resilient with respect to flood risk, and they provide benefits to community members through reduced flood insurance premiums for communities that are enrolled in the CRS program. And I'll give some specifics on that in a couple slides. To participate in the CRS program, communities must provide documentation on their stormwater management program and what activities are currently in place that help advance the three goals that I had mentioned of the CRS. In total, there are 19 creditable activities that are organized under 4 different categories that are listed on this slide. The first category is related to public information activities. It includes things like informing residents about flood risks and flood hazards throughout the region, promoting purchase of flood insurance, particularly in for those residents that are buying properties within significant flood hazard areas. The next series addresses mapping and regulations and encourages communities to provide available flood risk data beyond what's available from FEMA in terms of the firm or flood insurance rate maps. It encourages preserving open space within significant flood hazard areas to protect the natural function of existing floodplains and wetland features, and enforcing higher than minimum regulatory standards. The 500 series covers specific flood damage reduction activities, such as comprehensive floodplain management planning and relocating and retrofitting flood-prone structures. And then the 600 series covers warning and response activities. So if you look at the table on this slide, the left-hand column shows point ranges to achieve different CRS class ratings, and then the corresponding flood insurance premium reduction for each class is shown in that third column. So for entities that score at least 4,500 points based on their stormwater management program, you'd achieve a class 1 rating, and then residents that live within the jurisdictional boundaries of that entity would be eligible for a 45% premium reduction in their flood insurance. I'll tell you, there's currently no cities within Texas that have a class 1 or even a class 2 rating. The cities with the highest ratings in the state right now are the city of Dallas with a level 3 ranking and the city of Grand Prairie with a level 4. Both of these are cities that HAP has supported in developing their CRS program. Currently, Brownsville residents spend just under $1.9 million per year on flood insurance premiums, which consists of 3,180 total policies. And so based on this value, potential savings to residents based on varying CRS class levels is displayed on the right-hand column of the slide. It's anticipated that Brownsville would likely come into the program as a class 8 with their current stormwater management practices, which would translate to a 10% reduction in insurance premiums and an annual savings of over $187,000 a year. And so again, that's annual savings, not just a one-time. Additionally, as the city continues to strengthen their stormwater management practices and strengthen the documentation they have to support the activities they're already doing, it's likely that the city would be able to increase their class ratings over the next several years. The initial prerequisites to enroll in the CRS program are that a community must be first an NFIP participant. They must submit an application to FEMA. They must provide documentation on their stormwater management program, and they must support CRS program goals. The city currently meets all of those requirements. However, in order to meet the Class 8 requirement, there are some minor revisions that would be required in the stormwater management ordinance. Specifically, there needs to be a 1-foot minimum freeboard requirement for all new and existing manufactured homes, machinery, and equipment. And the remaining Class 8 requirements have been, they've all been met, provided that the city can also provide documentation that their construction certificates are managed with at least 90% accuracy. And so the city does use software that manages all those elevation certificates that are submitted. And so FEMA would come in and just do a check of the accuracy of those documents. So the next 5 slides now are going specifically into the changes that are being proposed in the ordinance related just to the CRS program recommendations. So these include the changes I mentioned to meet the Class 8 minimum requirements, as well as some other modifications that would help strengthen the city's CRS application. And there are some new measures that are being proposed that really incorporate language into the ordinance based on practices that are already being implemented in the city. And then there's a couple of new recommendations as well. So each slide is structured so that the left side of the slide shows the existing ordinance language, and then the right side has the modification in red. So first, the existing ordinance states that no new construction, improvements, or placement of fill within zones A1 through 30 and AE on the farm, unless it is demonstrated that the cumulative impacts will not increase the water surface elevation of the base flood elevation, or BFE, by more than 1 foot at any point within the community. So this section was simply modified to only allow for a 0.1 foot change in elevation to the BFE as a result of new construction. Next, the ordinance states that new construction or substantial improvements shall be constructed with electrical, heating, ventilation, plumbing, and air conditioning equipment and other service facilities that are designed or located so as to prevent water from entering or accumulating within the components during conditions of flooding. So this has been revised just to incorporate a general term for any equipment associated with the facility, and then further emphasizes the need to raise listed infrastructure 2 feet above the base flood elevation, which is consistent with language that you have in the rest of your ordinance. It was just left off for this specific element. And FEMA had commented when they initially reviewed that that would have to be met to meet the Class 8 classification rating. The next two modifications further reinforce that 2 foot above BFE requirement for manufactured homes and adds requirements for on-site waste disposal systems, basically just stating that they shouldn't be located within the floodplain. The bottom 2 bullets on the slide highlight new additions to the ordinance. So the first item is pretty straightforward. It just prohibits placement of hazardous materials within the floodplain, and it's consistent with current practices related to Texas Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or TPDES requirements that you have as part of your MS4 requirements. So this isn't anything too different. The last bullet on this slide would require that any placement of fill within a special flood hazard area shall be prohibited unless the fill is mitigated by a compensatory storage requirement at a 1-to-1 ratio. So this recommendation does create an additional hurdle for new development within significant flood hazard areas. However, it's an essential item to keep existing residents safe from flooding. It prevents new development from causing negative impacts to surrounding areas. And the new development can still occur. They just need to be developed in a way that ensures they're not worsening flooding conditions for any surrounding area. All 3 of the proposed changes on this slide are new to the ordinance, but they reflect either ongoing practices or reinforce previously discussed language that I mentioned on earlier slides. It's just for consistency throughout the ordinance. So first, areas within a floodplain that are excavated or filled. It is required that a registered professional engineer will have to certify that the activity does not increase the base flood elevation by more than 0.1 foot. And then the engineer must also certify that the project will have no adverse impact on the drainage to, from, or through adjacent sites. Next, it's been added that it shall be unlawful to dump, deposit, or otherwise cause any trash, landscape debris, or other material to be placed in any stream, channel, ditch, pond, or basin that regularly or periodically carries or stores water. Again, this is pretty consistent with common practices and consistent with TPDES permitting requirements as well. And then the last one on this slide notes that all manufactured home parks shall be designed to be reasonably safe from flooding. It's pretty general language, but it's a recommendation that comes from FEMA in their guidance documentation for stormwater ordinances. Just a couple more, I promise. I know it's kind of tedious. So the item on this slide proposes new requirements for the placement of critical facilities. And so this wasn't addressed in the previous ordinance, but critical facilities include emergency service facilities, facilities that house populations that are vulnerable or difficult to evacuate, facilities that produce, use, or store highly volatile, toxic, flammable, or explosive materials, and facilities that are essential for restoring normal services, so things like water treatment and wastewater treatment, things like that. So the proposed requirement would state that such facilities should be located outside of the 500-year floodplain to the extent possible. The 500-year floodplain here is a pretty large area. It might not always be possible to prevent that. So in that case, we're stating that it should be 3 foot above the base flood elevation, and that access routes to the facility should be at or above the base flood elevation, along with utility and sanitary facilities, emergency generators, and things of that nature. All right, the last slide that I have with the proposed change is it includes a proposed modification that requires all roadway improvements within significant flood hazard areas to be constructed at or above the BFE, and it provides specific guidelines for design documentation. The last major modification, this reflects requirements that are already included in the city's drainage policy manual, and they've been implemented for a number of years, but we're just codifying it in the ordinance for the purpose of review by FEMA. The current ordinance states very general requirements to minimize stormwater flows from new developments, and requires developers to manage peak flows to the maximum extent practical. And so the proposed language will match the drainage policy manual that states stormwater flow rates for any site over a half an acre must match pre-development flow rates for the 2, 10, 25, and 50-year annual exceedance probability rainfall events. So those are all the modifications that I have. I can take questions on them. Otherwise, that's all for me, I think.
Any questions or comments?
Did have a quick question just for clarification. What's our current class right now?
Right now, you're not enrolled in the CRS program. It's voluntary, so you're an NFIP participant, but you are not, the city is not yet. So it's anticipated based on the programs you have in place and after FEMA reviews it, that you'd come in around a class 8 to start and likely would be able to get to a higher class over the next couple of years as you figure out the documentation that's required. There's a lot of documentation that staff would have to prepare. And a lot of it you do, it's just a matter of formalizing some of the processes.
Right, and it goes hand in hand, right, with the residents being able to get this discount on their insurance, but also as construction continues to evolve, so does our UDC. And I think for some time now, we've been wanting to codify all these changes. So I'm really glad that this is finally coming to fruition.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions or comments?
So this affects new development in areas that are in flood zones, correct?
Correct.
Mainly. But what happens, some of the FEMA maps are outdated and maybe areas that do flood are not reflected on the FEMA maps. So how do we undo that?
Well, so right now, the flood insurance requirements are all based on FEMA maps, right? If you wanted to regulate based on different available flood data that you feel is more accurate, you could adopt that officially in an ordinance and say that you're gonna, make your decisions for new development based on that floodplain data. So you could formalize the change to use, some other source, or you could state best available data. But the way it's written right now, it is based off of the FEMA floodplains.
And so do you know like the level of discrepancy throughout the city? Like, I know that, for example, this might be.
Something to add? Yeah.
I think what you're referring to is the areas that are labeled as, or FEMA addresses as out of shown, for areas that are near our resacas that are wrongfully mapped back from 2012. FEMA does have a process for that. In case your property lies in that area, that's separate of this program.
Okay. Well, no, and What's the level of discrepancy between the FEMA maps and reality? I'm just curious. Or is there a way to get FEMA to update their maps?
But the flood zone maps are what they are. There is, I mean, they are based on current data. The issue that we had back in 2012 was the alignment along the Resacas. And for that process, FEMA created a special procedure so that citizens that were impacted could submit an application for that. But as far as the actual flood zones and the flood areas, in what we've seen, in my eyes, I think they're pretty accurate.
Commissioner, so in Westlake, everything on the left, I mean, everything on the water side was mapped wrong. So I had to go through that process as well. It's actually very easy. It's very quick. I shared it with the neighbors and they did it. So what they do is adjust the line. But everything in Westlake, everything was in a flood zone. So we were paying flood insurance when we didn't need to. But it's very
Yeah,
easy.
in our conversation with FEMA, the aerial map or the imagery versus the FEMA map, it was kind of like this askew, and that caused some errors or issues in certain parts of Brownsville.
Yeah, the area was about a 20-foot.
It varies from Resaca to Resaca, and it didn't happen on all of them. Since there was the inconsistencies were really hard to measure. It wasn't like the entire map was shifted. They created that process, and that we were not the only ones impacted by that. There were several areas. For us, it was very noticeable because of the number of Resacas we have. I know San Benito in the Upper Valley had similar issues where we have more Resacas.
Thanks.
Any further questions or comments from the commission? All right, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Mayor, do you want to do all of them together? I think.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We'll do them all.
Correct.
That way we'll just wait for everything.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah.
Next item is 1B. It is the ordinance number 2025-235.1202 to amend the Unified Development Code, Article 5 of the supplemental regulations, Section 5.3, signs under the subsection 5.3.4.8, which prohibits the signs in set form, the bandit signs and the snipe signs, to supplement the existing definitions in the prohibition of bandit and snipe signs, to establish the civil penalties for the violators of this ordinance and dealing with related matters as shown in Exhibit A.
Thank you. Commission, this text amendment comes as a result of a passing of a Texas House bill. Currently, our UDC does prohibit bandit signs and snipe signs overall, and there is some citations that a violator may experience as a result. What is new and what is being introduced as a result of this House bill being passed is the establishment of civil penalties. Just to give you a quick example of what we mean by bandit signs, we have it up in our screens here. This is one common example of a bandit sign. And it is really any type of sign that is adjacent or along right-of-way area or within a public property. Part of the House bill expanded on our definition or prohibition of what a bandit sign is. And it even includes electronic type signs that could be on or along a right-of-way area. The intent behind this text amendment is truly to prohibit clutter around these areas, to protect pedestrians that may be using these roads, and really to uphold the legal process for signs that we currently have. This is a section of the UDC that is being amended or being supplemented. Part of what we define as person is being expanded on, and also what a bandit sign is being expanded as a result of the passing of this House bill. It should be mentioned that political signs are a very special type of sign that are protected at a constitutional level, both state and federal. So the adoption of this text amendment would not directly impact any political sign that is either on or along a right-of-way area, as long as it's not detrimental to someone. The civil penalties do come in 3 levels. The first one being $1,000 or a fine not to exceed $1,000. For any second violation, it would be a fine of 2,500, and third and subsequent violations would be at 5,000. These civil penalties are determined and enforced by our municipal court. The House bill does require that a written notice be given to any violator of this ordinance. Currently, that written ordinance or that written notice that should be issued to a violator is stating that they have 14 calendar days to remove the sign. However, that is open to change. We can either make it shorter or longer, however this commission sees fit. Staff is currently recommending approval of this text amendment, and I'm here for any questions on it.
Any questions or comments? Thank you very much.
The next public hearing is item 1C. It is an ordinance, number 2025-235.121, to amend the Unified Development Code, Article 4, under the zoning regulations, Section 4.2, the zoning procedures, subsection 4.2.1, under the notices, hearings, and actions, inset 8, under the noticing requirements to incorporate the regulations that modify the zoning notices procedures for the zoning amendments in accordance with the House Bill 24 and dealing with related matters as shown in Exhibit A.
Thank you. So again, this text amendment comes as a result of this passing of this bill. Currently, anytime someone wants to bring a planning or zoning case before Planning and Zoning Commission or City Commission, there are legal notices that we have to put out both through mail outs to the vicinity, given a specific radius, or we publish it on a local newspaper that can announce the public notice. This House bill is requiring an additional measure to this in that we have to post physical signs at properties that are being rezoned or considered for public hearings. That sign, according to this bill, must be at least 24 inches by 48 inches. It must be placed on the property. However, if there are multiple lots being considered for a rezone change, we can place it on the right-of-way area to then kind of signify that there are multiple lots being rezoned. Also, if the city ever decides to initiate a citywide rezoning kind of case, this passing or this text amendment would not require the city to post physical signs at every parcel throughout the city. The House bill does not require that we use specific language to communicate to the public that there is a public hearing scheduled for that property. Currently, city staff is using it as the passing of this bill. We are currently putting physical signs at properties to let the vicinity know that there is a public hearing scheduled, and we are using language from the Texas Open Meeting Act to put on these signs. And really the signs, this is an example of what they look like. They specify the date and time, the location of the meeting, a summary of the request, and also information for the city's department to answer any questions for anyone that may have doubts or even opposition against the request. This is an example of what they look like. It should be mentioned that currently city staff is going out there and placing these signs, but the bill does leave it open for either having the city cover the expense or having the applicant cover the expense for the postings of these physical signs. This is language that is being added to the UDC specifying the dimensions, the time that should be used to post the signs, and also some of the language that will be used or placed on that sign. Staff is recommending approval of this text amendment, and I'm here for questions.
So does it say, if you're gonna have the applicant put the sign, does it say within what period of time they have to put the sign there?
Yes, it must be posted no later than 10 days before that commission hearing.
Great, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments from the commission?
The next public hearing is 1D. It's an ordinance number 2025-235.122 to amend the Unified Development Code, Article 3 of the subsection of regulations, Section 3.1, under the general provisions, subsection 3.1.3 of the subdivision policy to incorporate the zoning requirements as a prerequisites to finalizing the plating process and dealing with the related matters as shown in Exhibit A.
This is a bless you. This is a proactive measure that the city staff is initiating, so it doesn't come as a result of a House bill being passed. Basically, or in basic terms, what we're establishing through this text amendment is having a zoning approval of a property as a prerequisite or prior to a final plat being approved. This does come with some history, given a case that was presented to the Planning and Zoning Board where we did have a plat being considered for approval that did not have a zoning district approved prior to the finalization. So essentially the board felt a little forced to have to approve that item, and also the land developer may have been put in a position to experience some loss on the investments that had already been placed or the improvements that had already been placed on that property. Passing of this text or adoption of this text amendment would have it that a land developer would have to acquire a zoning district approval prior to the final plats approval. That way the board's review authority is protected, and also a land developer is also protected from experiencing any loss or securing a return on his investment. It has been brought up as a concern, would this delay the development process for someone looking to invest in real estate? No, these processes can be done concurrently. So the zoning change request and the subdivision plating process can be done at the same time to prevent any delays for developers. This is the language being changed on the UDC. It is very minor, but it makes that very important change in the process. Staff is recommending approval of this text amendment, and I'm here for questions.
Any questions or comments? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Public hearing 1E. It is an ordinance number 2025-235.123 to amend the Unified Development Code, Article 5, under the supplemental regulations, Section 5.3, signs, subsection 5.3.4.C.3.C, pole or pylon signs, to strengthen the definition of on-premise pylon signs, establish the updated side and the elevation parameters, enhance the limitations on the elimination and changeable copy standards in dealing with the related matters as shown in Exhibit A.
Good evening, excuse me. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commission. My name is Carlos Guerra. I am one of the other senior planners with the Planning and Redevelopment Department. I'm looking forward to developing a working relationship with you all as we present these UDC updates, and then in 2026, when we begin the city's comprehensive plan. So to go ahead and kick us off, this ordinance or this UDC update is specific to pole and pylon signs. The goal of it is to establish new area and elevation parameters for on-premise pole and pylon signs. So as the current provisions are, the maximum sign area for any pole or pylon sign is 3 square feet per property frontage, with a minimum of 300 square feet and a maximum of 630 square feet. The maximum sign height is 85 feet along highways and 50 feet along major arterials. The maximum number that someone can have is 1 per frontage, but they do have to be spaced out at least 200 feet. The current permitted zoning districts is the traditional mixed use, only along International Boulevard, the traditional neighborhood corridor, the corridor commercial, regional center, light industrial, and heavy industrial zones. So this UDC update is going to do 3 things. It's going to expand the definition of a pole or pylon sign. It's going to significantly reduce the maximum sign area and the maximum sign height. And it's also going to have a provision to allow for changeable copies. So that's similar to the illuminated electronic message boards that you may have seen around town. And we'll get into those as we go about these provisions. But mainly, this maximum sign area, like I said, it's going to be significantly reduced to 1.5 square feet per foot of property frontage with a maximum of 400 square feet. The maximum sign height will be 45 feet along the highway overpass, 35 feet along the highway at ground level, 30 at major arterials. The maximum number and spacing remain the same. And the only change to the permitted zoning districts is that this would no longer be allowed within the traditional neighborhood corridor designation. As I mentioned earlier, we are expanding on the definition of a pole or pylon sign. This kind of goes more into specifics about that the materials need to be professionally constructed and installed using durable weather-resistant materials, as well as requiring a concrete footing at the base of the sign to make it more, more stable. And then also there's the changeable copy element that we're asking council to consider as well. This changeable copy element allows for the addition of a illuminated sign onto an existing pole or pylon sign. And in the past, we have had concerns from residents about the brightness of some of these illuminated signs. So that's something to consider. You know, if this is approved as is, this does still permit that changeable copy. So someone could, in theory, add a changeable copy, an electronic illuminated message board to an existing pole or pylon sign, provided that it's within the right parameters, provided that it meets the UDC section on lighting, and is at least 200 feet away from a residentially zoned district. So in addition to the provisions, we just kind of expand on the method of measurement that mostly remains the same. Again, the maximum sign area is greatly reduced to 1.5 square feet per foot and not to exceed an area of 400 square feet. We also went over the maximum sign heights. That's also greatly reduced. The maximum number of signs and required spacing remains the same. And then we also go into a little more detail on the acceptable sign materials. You know, again, going back to using more higher quality construction materials, rust-proof paint. Also, again, you know, using that concrete footing at the base of each of those pole or pylon signs. So staff is recommending approval of this update.
Are there any questions or comments on this item from the commission? Thank you so much.
Public hearing 1F. It is an ordinance number 2025-235.124 to amend the Unified Development Code, Article 3, under the subdivision of regulations, Section 3.1 of the general provisions, subsection 3.1.5, the exemptions to platting to incorporate plat exemption criteria for the properties intended for the single-family use and dealing with related matters as shown in Exhibit A.
Yes, so this update does two things. One, it gives the planning director the authority to grant somebody an exemption to platting for a single-family property. And it also sets the exemption criteria for that. So, you know, in the past, or I guess, you know, in the past, we've had instances where a property owner or resident comes in and maybe they have a piece of property that was handed down to them from another generation. For whatever reason, that property was never officially subdivided or recorded. They come in requesting a building permit for a single family home only to find out that they're going to have to essentially build a one-lot subdivision and incur subdivision fees, which with the increase in engineering and surveying fees, those can go up significantly, almost to 5 figures on top of the cost to build a house. So what this aims to do is address that by, again, you know, giving the planning director the authority to grant an exemption to platting, provided that it meets the following criteria. So that the subject property is or has been a single-family residence, is going to remain so. The single-family residence is being built or rebuilt or remodeled, you know, due to unforeseen circumstances like a fire or a flood, you know, like total destruction, or that the residence is being expanded within the established parameters. So that means that it's still compliant with setbacks. It's still a single-family home. It's just maybe expanded to allow more family members to move into the house. Or to cater to the needs of a growing family without having to take on the cost of creating a one-lot subdivision. Also, that the subject property has previously enjoyed an active and legitimate water and wastewater connection with an authorized utility provider. So that means that it does have services, whether it's a septic tank or is connected to water and wastewater services from any of the utility providers. And then also that the boundary can be verified through a deed or a survey. So that we ensure that it's still legally recorded, and then also that access to the subject parcel is available. And so those are minimum standards that the property will still have access, will still have roadway access, and we're not landlocking any properties. And so staff is recommending approval of this ordinance.
Any questions or comments on this item from the commission?
will just add one comment on this particular item. There's traditionally here, there's a lot of family partitions that have created this hardship. So we felt it was very important to bring this item as we've dealt with many of our citizens and we understand the hardships that they have. And this particular item will assist many of our citizens that are not in the best financial situation and inherit a property or living in a property that has many of these issues. So this is a very good item for our community.
The next public hearing is item 1G. It is ordinance number 2025-235.125 to amend the Unified Development Code, Article 4, under the zoning regulations, Section 4.4 Land Uses, subsection 4.4.3D, under the commercial uses, auto-related sales and services, to establish the conditions and the permit of the sale of used motor vehicles under a franchise business model through a specific use permit with the identifiable zoning districts and dealing with the related matters as shown in Exhibit A.
So this text amendment does two things. It distinguishes between your small independently owned, maybe non-franchise used motor vehicle establishments and your nationally recognized chain of used vehicle dealerships that operate in a manner more closely to that of a new car dealership. And then this also identifies where these larger national recognized chains of used car dealerships can go with approval of a special use permit. So this slide right here shows the concentration of used car dealerships within the city of Brownsville. The one in that box there on the bottom is the concentration of used car dealerships after the passing of the ordinance that required used car dealerships to be limited to Southmost Boulevard and Padre Island Highway. Those are generally your smaller scale independently owned used car dealerships. And so through this ordinance, it's not making any change to that. Those are still restricted under a special use permit and restricted to those areas. The only thing that this ordinance does is it expands on the definition of what we consider a franchise-owned used car dealership and an independently owned used car dealership, as well as establish where these dealerships can be built with approval of special use permit. So like I mentioned, we expand on the definition. A large-scale used motor vehicle sales establishment is mostly characterized by its branding. Maybe it has a national brand. There's a standardized sales process. There's a continuously refreshed inventory. And they might also provide service as well. So if you think of some dealerships that have maybe a service bay, if you purchase a car under warranty, you can get your car serviced for recalls, whatever that might be. Whereas a smaller scale independently owned used car dealership perhaps doesn't have a rotating car inventory. It doesn't have a national brand, and the services are usually limited to just sales. So again, we're proposing approval of the definition of a national used car dealership and permitting them with a special use permit in the corridor commercial, regional center, and light industrial zones. Whereas the independently owned used car dealerships still require special use permit and they're still limited to those areas on Southmost and South Padre Island Highway. So staff is recommending approval of this ordinance.
All right, any questions or comments on this matter?
Not on this particular item, but going back to item A, just a clarification. I mentioned 2012 for the adoption of the FEMA maps. It's actually February 16th of 2018 that the final maps were adopted. The process began in 2012.
Comments or questions on this matter?
I do have one comment on B. I think 14 days is very excessive. I think 10 days is a lot better. I don't know what your thoughts are on that. Is that enough time, legal?
Was it business days or calendar days that was in there?
We were proposing 14 calendar days, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I would defer, I mean, if you do 10 days, it'll be what, 10 business days? It comes
For
up
the
to
bandit
same.
signs? Or is that what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, we would need that time, Commissioner, because with bandit signs, you don't know if it's who requested it? Is it the company, the sign company that made the bandit signs and who placed them? Or was it a business that had them? And so
Oh, no,
we
but-
would
but-
need to do research to make sure that if there's a violation, that we're contacting the proper entity.
No, what I mean is, I think once you figure out who it is and then you go give them a letter, those, I mean, we've already taken
shorten
10,
that.
15 days to find out who it is. Another
Yeah.
14 days, it's gonna be like this, like the trucks that were on the properties during campaigns.
Right.
They're gonna go through the campaign and they're
Yeah,
gonna
we
be
can
up there.
clarify that language that it's 10 days from when we know who it is.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, from when you
When you verify.
serve.
And just to clarify too, the signs are not permitted in any cities right away, right? And so we already have an ordinance that addresses that within a separate chapter of our code of ordinances, which makes it a criminal violation. The Texas legislature has given us the opportunity to also make it a civil violation, right? So we can collect the civil fine. So this is just giving us another tool in our tool chest. One would be criminal, which is already codified. This one would be civil, so that we can then assess a civil penalty.
And another question on that, let's say, frontage and Alton Glore, that's TxDOT. Would we still be in charge of that, or would that be TxDOT?
That would be TxDOT.
Okay, because that's where usually they're at. I see them a lot on that corner, a lot.
Right, and that would be enforced by
802 and Expressway, same thing. It's more like TxDOT situation.
Right.
All right, thank you. I mean, think 10 days, I think, is more than enough.
Okay.
If 14 is what it is, it's fine.
Yeah,
Not a big deal.
As you all go through and start approving the items or denying the items, this one would be an example of one where you would approve as amended, so we can correct the date. or
Yeah,
the
but I would want to hear feedback from the commission on that too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Okay, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on any of these items presented, please step forward and state your name.
Move to close.
Oh,
Oh,
someone
sorry.
someone wants to come.
Yeah, sorry.
So public hearing is on items 1A through G.
Yeah, it's only for the items we just discussed.
I want the council to consider on these items.
Can you just state your name, please, for the record? Thank you.
Dr. Christopher Basaldo.
Thank you.
For these items under consideration, one thing that is a component of a couple of these articles is subject of penalties and then the increasing of those penalties. I'd like you to consider that most of our community in Brownsville are people with very limited economic means. And I would encourage any city council to consider about penalties if they're going to be on, you're not looking at a corporation, but you're looking at people, to be very cautious about how you increase those, because there are a lot of economic burdens in our community, and penalties coming from a city or a county are always quite detrimental when they're applied to our population. So please just consider that.
Thank you. Thank you. And just to clarify too, based on that comment to the mayor and city commission, it's important to clarify that a different chapter in the code of ordinance sets out the penalties. It's in chapter 1. This would be amending regulations, and of course, there are criminal penalties. It's a Class C. Fine amount is up to $2,000. It's determined by the court. And so I do want to point out with citizens that might have, especially with the UDC, it's going to be under code compliance docket, right? And one of the main things that the prosecutors look for is compliance, not necessarily finding the individuals as much as we can, right? So compliance would be the first thing that they look for. But I also think it's important to also let the public know that the court does have discretion and is actually required to look to see if an individual that has been cited is indigent. And if they cannot pay the fines, there is special regulations that the judge has to follow to declare that individual indigent, and then that would basically wipe out the fines, right? So it's on a case-by-case basis, but I did want to add that is there is a mechanism in place for those particular fines if an individual can't afford them. And to say our code compliance department does, before they start citing, they do make an effort to educate the violator before they actually start issuing citations. So that is the first step that they do.
Thank you.
Move to close.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Public hearing now closed.
I move to approve.
Can I make an amendment?
Yes, sir.
Suggestion? I would like for the commission to consider on item E, ordinance 2025, 235.123, the removal of changeable copy for pylon signs.
Can you repeat that? Because I'm having thoughts.
Sorry. So I would like for us to remove the ability for pylon signs to have the changeable copy. Changeable copy means it's that digital sign that can go from like, you can put, I don't know, moving items on. If this is a business sign.
So those kinds of signs would be exempt from this
No,
ordinance?
no, what he was trying to say is not be able to change from a regular to a digital, correct?
Correct. They have to be stationary.
Because of the luminance in the homes and.
The homes, the lumens, I mean, even if it's not by, I
Why
know
do we
that
have so
there's-
much echo today?
I don't know.
Is it better? There you go.
Currently, I know that there's some businesses that, and they do have it here. I think if you look at the screen right now, that's on our screen at the very bottom, it does say that, if they do have it, they will be abiding by the UDC section 4.6.7 for lighting and luminance recommendations. And they have to be at least 200 feet from residential 1, 2, and 3. But we do have some of these signs that have been up that are not pylon. They're billboards that we adopted as a commission that are still 200 feet from residents, but residents still complain that the changing from a dark color to a light color is still it's problematic at night. And we've been feeling those. And so for businesses, I do believe that a business pylon sign should not have the ability to be changing back and forth. I would like for the commission to consider that.
Is that a motion?
Well,
do you want to
he was in a motion.
No, that's all right. I mean, make your motion and.
So I would say to adopt A through D and F and G as written, but amend ordinance E or 1E as discussed with a removal of changeable copy signs.
Did you get that?
Will that suffice, Counselor?
I'm sorry?
Will that suffice?
Yes, that will suffice.
All right, we have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion? All right, if not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Aye. Sorry.
Ayes have it, motion carries.
Moving on to the public hearing, item number 2. Public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 2025-1790 to disannex and herein to reduce the city of Brownsville's boundary limits, a property described as being 1.515 acre tract of land out of a certain 6.54 acre tract of land at a block 209 El Jardín, a subdivision in Share 29 of the Espiritu Santo Grant, Cameron County, Texas, located at 6397 North Dakota Avenue, Brownsville, Texas, 78521, as shown in Exhibit A in District 2.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. This petition is a voluntary petition to disannex from the city of Brownsville corporate limits. This petition was submitted for the purpose of establishing a future warehouse which will be used for the sale of fireworks. Just to note, this particular use is not allowed within city limits, and that's why the applicant is pursuing this route to de-annex from the city. As mentioned, it's about 1.5 acres that are being requested for the disannexation. This property is fronting North Dakota Avenue. And just to provide some background, the parent parcel is 6.54 acres. In 1999, or to be exact, on October 1999, under ordinance number 99-1200.40, a portion of the property, actually the first 100 feet of this property, were annexed into the city. So the first 100 feet along Boca Chica Boulevard were annexed, which basically translates to an approximate area of 1.15 acres. The residue acreage, which is a 5.075, that remained outside city limits. The reason for this annexation, according to the petition of the applicant, is that there's lack of municipal services. There's a lack of waste collection, vector control, police protection, and utilities, being both water and wastewater. And just to also provide additional context, this petition was done under Chapter 43 of the Texas Local Government Code, following all the required steps to make it a valid petition. So under the typical service agreement, the following services are provided by the municipality: police protection, service protection and emergency medical services, solid waste collection, public water and water and sewer services, road, street maintenance, maintenance of parks, playgrounds, swimming pools, vector control, and maintenance of other public facilities. This is the map showing the portion that is within this petition, the 1.5 acres that the applicant is trying to disannex from the city. The area in pink is area that is already outside of the city limits. And this is just another exhibit showing you a more close-up and more in detail the 100 feet that were incorporated at one point into corporate city limits. So this is a property analysis that staff did from a planning and economic development and regulatory standpoint. For annexation of the parcel into the city may be more beneficial for the following reasons: increased tax base, expedited development review, full land use control and conditional development, and has enhanced airport protection measures, strategic leverage for runway expansion, which is perhaps the primary reason why this particular route was offered to the applicant. We did point out that annexation was also an option and that perhaps we could do a text amendment to allow the proposed use. However, that route was not one that they wanted to take. However, we still believe that this route perhaps would be the most beneficial for everyone, again, because of the expansion of the runway. And so the staff's recommendation, staff remains neutral to the petition to disannex. However, the annexation option, we do believe it represents a more proactive solution that addresses current permitting conflicts while providing significant long-term benefits in terms of revenue, regulatory control, public safety, and strategic airport planning. Any questions?
Just to confirm, the property owner did not want to be annexed by the city, for the other parcel.
This was in the way of the expansion, did you say, of our future runway?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's already part of the city, no? Because you're disannexing. Or is it just like? Yeah, but that area is already part of the city.
Well, only the first 100 feet of the parcel. Everything else, which is in its majority, it's outside, out of the city limits.
Just a question, how does something like this happen for the city, you know, as properties where part of it is inside and
Well, back then, there was something to point out back in the 87th legislative session. Cities got the right to annex at will. It was removed. Back then, before the 87th legislative session, which was back in 2019, we could annex at will and we didn't need any permission from property owners. So if, for whatever reason, let's say because of the expansion to the airport, because the airport was existing back then already, if the city thought at that time that it was a good move to incorporate this particular portion, maybe also perhaps to widen what now is Boca Chica, they decided to take that route. So now we don't have that ability. Everything must be done through petition.
questions or comments from the commission on this? This is a public hearing. If anyone's here to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name. Entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Yep. Communications, ma'am.
I'll move to approve the request to disannex.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Public hearing number 3 is a public hearing in action on the first reading on ordinance number 2025-1793, adopting a procurement ordinance and approval of an updated procurement policy.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. This is Damian Espinosa, Procurement Director here for the City of Brownsville. Tonight, I am presenting and seeking your approval for the new procurement ordinance and the updated procurement policy. To begin, I want to highlight the major legislative change that is driving this update. Senate Bill 1173 recently passed, and it effectively increased the formal procurement threshold for municipalities from $50,000 to $100,000. This is the first significant update in more than a decade, and it reflects increased project cost, inflation, and ultimately trying to modernize procurement purchasing practices. The impact that is here at the City of Brownsville is that now we seek that our local ordinance and policy align with state requirements, as we have historically done. To begin, the first item that I wanted to discuss is the new procurement ordinance. This ordinance modernizes, consolidates all procurement-related authorities into one place. Chapter 2, Article 7 of the City Code. Some of the key highlights include that it establishes procurement authority, it defines procurement methods and categories, it implements consistent change order and amendment rules, and repeals any outdated contracting delegations. As mentioned, it also formalizes the approval thresholds. I wanted to point out that all of these thresholds are for budgeted items. So subject to verification of budget availability through finance and city manager authorization as required by city charter. So as you can see right now, city manager will now be able to approve items below 100,000. Right now it is below 50, so we're seeking to increase it to below 100. City commission will now be raised, approvals will be raised to $100,000 and above. We're also adding the new approval threshold for city attorney office. This will be for legal services contracts up to $50,000. So city attorney will be able to approve those items. This is to match our current city charter. As mentioned, the ordinance also seeks the adoption of the new updated procurement policy. Some of the major enhancements to the procurement policy, as mentioned, includes the new $100,000 formal threshold, We're adding or expanding our local preference scoring. We're also clarifying change order and amendment procedures, plus updating compliance for federal funding that include 2 CFR 200, FAA, and FTA as well. We're also updating and incorporating the city's PCAR policy through that procurement policy as well. And ultimately, we're separating policy from procedures. This is just to improve maintainability, make it easier to update our procedures when needed. As mentioned, the new procurement policy is now adding a key addition as far as local business preference. I wanted to clarify that as of right now, we're looking at 2 types of local preference where we can add it and we can implement it. The first one is statutory local preference. So this is set by the state of Texas. So it has specific outlines and requirements that we need to follow by the state of Texas. They're not set by the city of Brownsville. This is not new. This has been stated in law, but we're adding it for transparency purposes and making sure that our local businesses feel that we are adding and supporting them more. So we're adding into our policy, and we're going to essentially follow whatever state law outlines for those statutory local preference. Please know that this applies only to sealed bids, so only formal bids can do it. And as mentioned, it enables the city to award to a local vendor when certain price and terms meet statutory conditions. What is the city of Brownsville adding to that is the second portion, and that is we're expanding it to RFPs and other scored evaluations. So we're adding our local business preference to projects up to $500,000 in value. And essentially, we're providing scoring incentives that favor Brownsville businesses while remaining compliant with procurement laws. I wanted to point out, when administering that local business preference on those RFPs or other scored evaluations, we are going to assign different levels of preferences to the business based on their location. With stronger preference given to businesses headquartered within the city of Brownsville. An example that we could do is an RFP is released, and as long as we set in the criteria that businesses that are located within Brownsville get up to 5 points, businesses that are located in Cameron County could get up to 3 points, for example. But we're still giving the stronger preferences to those businesses headquartered in the city of Brownsville, Texas. The criteria itself it will be administered and have a clear oversight by the procurement and legal department, just to make sure that we administer it correctly and appropriately. These combined updates create several benefits for the city of Brownsville, which include faster procurement processing and project timelines. We're going to reduce the commission agenda load for you guys. Plus, we're also increasing the business opportunities for Brownsville businesses. Faster turnaround for those projects and they're going to be able to get a faster opportunity to make business. We're making clearer rules for staff and vendors. We're also now fully aligned with state and federal law. Not that we have never have, but we are now aligning with the new requirements. And ultimately, it improved audit readiness and documentation quality. Our staff recommendation is the approval of the adoption of the procurement ordinance and the procurement policy itself. Together, we create a modern, transparent, and efficient procurement framework for the city of Brownsville. Do we have any questions, concerns?
I just have one question. I think it's more for council. How are we going to verify if a business is headquartered in Brownsville?
That's a great question. The documentation itself is something that we're going to have to coordinate with council, but some of the documents can be varied, but it can be from the W-9, a utility bill, anything that actually makes them headquartered in Brownsville is what we want to focus on. So I will coordinate that with our legal department and ensure that we have, the appropriate documentation there to prove that.
Yeah, same. I just want to make sure that if we are awarding, and it can make a big difference that it is a headquarters, not just an office, correct?
No, yeah, absolutely. We want to make sure that the same concern that you share, it's the one that I had, and I want to make sure that it gets addressed properly. So the vendors don't get caught blindsided. And that's another thing to make sure that it's emphasized. the actual solicitation package is not going to be an automatic add-on to all of them. It's going to have to be as allowed by law. And that's going to be something that procurement department is going to have an oversight on. So we're going to make the proper distinction of like, this project is able to get this local business preference add-on. And these are the documents that we need if you want to qualify for that local business preference. And then again, ultimately, that's something that City Commission is going to have a decision on if you guys are going to be looking at that local business preference when applied correctly.
I just want to clarify. Though the terminology here is headquarters.
Yes, correct.
Any other questions or comments from the commission?
I do have one more. I have a comment.
Yes.
I like the idea for local, but for me, local is Brownsville. And I would be comfortable with this doing just Brownsville. If we're going to extend it to Cameron County, I don't like it. I don't think we should be giving Harlingen or anybody else any benefits in Brownsville. I mean, I want our taxes to stay in Brownsville. That is the reason I think that this is worth it. I do think there's a lot of paperwork. We have to figure out how to get it right so we don't have people just cheating on it. But if we're going to do it, I would like for it to be just Brownsville and no one else, right? I mean, I think it should be inside city limits. It should be our taxpayers, our utility users. And that is why we want the money here, so it stays in Brownsville. That's my point of view on it. So I don't know how everybody else feels about that, but I do think it's very important for us to make sure they are in Brownsville.
But the points allocated to this being a local versus like surrounding areas, how much of a difference can it really make or break a contract?
5%. It could.
So, as in 5 points out of 100?
Well,
Like,
it's
yes,
5
five-
points
five-
over 100.
5
Yeah,
points
that's what
out
we're
of
thinking.
100, right?
It's
You-
5 points over
when you
the
gave
first.
us, when you
Sorry.
gave us the example,
Mhm.
it's 5
So
points of 100.
Did you have an example?
Yeah, so an
Why
example.
don't you go to an example, and because I think you have an example where you can kind of see the difference, and I think an example, you're giving 5 for if they're in the city limits, and then less if they're in Cameron County.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so why don't you go to the example? I think that's to your question, Commissioner.
Yeah, on the, and let me clarify, on the actual presentation, there's not an example itself, but I can briefly go over it verbally just so you guys can see it. But yes, it would be out of 100 points, we would add an extra 5 on top of those. So if it's somebody, let's say that we say in City of Brownsville, headquartered in City of Brownsville, and we are able to determine that what they're saying is in fact true, we'll give them the full 5 points. And on that criteria, we also said, if you're within Cameron County, you'll get up to 3 points, for example. If we're able to determine that, they'll give them the 3 points. If they're outside of those parameters, they don't get any of those points. And those, again, that allocation itself is going to be determined and administered by the procurement and legal department to ensure that, it's a fair practice and that we're not giving them 50 points on top of it, which is something that's not appropriate.
I would have to agree with Commissioner Cardenas. I want to try and keep everything local here in Brownsville.
Sure, we can do just 5 points for Brownsville, City of Brownsville within our boundary. Of course, it's going to grow, and no other points for anything if you're not within the city. That's another option. So however the commission would like to go, we can do 5 points within the City of Brownsville municipal limits, or another option maybe is 5 and then 3 if you're in Cameron County. However you would like to do, we can go ahead and
So an
proceed.
applicant could theoretically still meet criteria, get 100 points, but if they're local, they get those extra 5 points.
Correct. And I wanted to also clarify that the policy itself is not specific to saying like, oh, it's City of Brownsville, you get 5 points.
Right.
It's being broad enough to say like, we're adding this local business preference, and it's up to, we reserve the right to determine how we allocate those points.
No,
So you can-
I also think it's a great pilot program. I mean, it's only up to $500,000. I mean, it's a lot of money, but we're not going to $5 million contracts and
Correct.
giving somebody 5 points just because they're from Brownsville. So it's actually something that'll keep our smaller businesses, it'll help our smaller businesses in Brownsville. So I think we do 2 things, right? We help our smaller business community, and we also continue to try to get our locals to start bidding in our city projects. So I think it's a great idea. I appreciate your time.
And also, sir, I would also say that it's if they have to be qualified, right? So everyone still meets the qualification
Yeah,
criteria.
this is after the
Just to
fact.
make sure for the audience sake.
This is after the fact of
Yes, sir.
everything and
Yeah, we'll do-
bonds and insurance, and
We'll do
All
the
the fun
review, we'll do the proper review, ensure that they qualify for it and that they're a responsible and responsive bidder as we determine that.
But then I'm just curious, so, Commissioner Cardenas, then you don't think someone, say, from Los Fresnos or Olmito, that they should get any points?
No, ma'am, I do not. I
Not-
believe it
not
should
even
be,
two or three?
no, I think it should be Brownsville because we're commissioners for the city of Brownsville. And I believe that, what I believe that this program should do is help our local businesses. Everybody else has a fair shake at it. It's on smaller contracts, and I think our smaller businesses will thrive if we do this. It'll help our residents, it'll help our tax base. It just, for me, it just makes sense if we can, and if it's obviously, I think it's been checked by our city attorney. This is something that we can do, so I just think it's a way to try to keep our people thriving.
And at the end of the day, though, the bid price is also a big component, no? So like whoever comes out with the lowest price.
Yeah, so
Right.
that's the big distinction on the two local business preferences that I was talking about. The statutory one, that is the one that deals with bids. So that is set by state. So on that one, they have in there that it has to be located within the Cameron County, but that's by state. So that's the one that is already set by them, and it has their own requirements and outlines that need to be met for that. So that's not something new that we're adding, it's just making sure that we're adding it now to our policy as requested by state. Where we're adding now is expanding it to the RFPs and the other types of, that are not bids, are proposals, that you look at more than just price, you look at experience. And one of the factors that you could potentially add in there is the local business preference, where you can get an additional, depending on the points that we want to give them, but let's say 5 points for being headquartered in Brownsville, for example.
Any further questions or comments? All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this items, please step forward and state your name.
Move to close.
Second. All right, motion and second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you.
Commissioner Cardenas.
Does anybody have anything they want to add to it?
Wait, but that was public hearing, right?
Oh, yeah.
Commissioner Cardenas, I think you should make the motion.
So the recommendation, how was it? Was it with just Brownsville or was it including all of Cameron County? Because you mentioned it could include Cameron County. Well, I'll just do my motion. I say we approve this, but only limiting the local part of it
Local
to the
points,
city of Brownsville.
The five local
The
points.
5 local points to the city of Brownsville, obviously being vetted and everything else.
That's you're gonna have a first motion?
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Items for the individual consideration, action item number 1. It is the consideration and action to amend a contract with Octagon for the temporary staffing services in an amount not to exceed $1 million as budgeted.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the Commission. We're here tonight presenting to extend services through the Buy-Board contract. Octagon is currently is part of a Buy-Board cooperative contract. Why would we use this temporary staffing agency? This staffing agencies address short-term workload increases, vacancies, special projects, and seasonal demands. It provides flexible staffing support for short-term or fluctuating operational needs, such as landfill inspections within engineering and public works and other special events at parks. Octagon gives the city of Brownsville financial and operational flexibility. It supports parks and other seasonal or project-based demands. Octagon lets departments address immediate workload demands without the ongoing expenses associated with full-time employees, such as health insurance, retirement, contributions, paid leave, and long-term salary obligations. It also offers predictable, short-term cost management while ensuring departments maintain the staffing levels necessary to deliver consistent services to the community. So what benefits and value does Octagon provide to the departments? For example, engineering and public works utilizes maintenance workers and clerical staff to support landfill operations, inspections, and various cleaning initiatives. The IT department brought in web administrators and information technicians to assist with operational tasks, as well as the initiation and implementation of new projects and software. The Office of Emergency Management used intake specialists and maintenance workers to help manage increased demands, particularly during the recent immigration influx. The Parks and Recreation Department relied on maintenance workers, clerical staff, and food and beverage attendants to support community programs and summer activities. And additionally, the BARC division at the Health Department relied on temporary staff to support the operations and oversee animal well-being. The next slide is a short timeline having to do with the past few months. In September 2nd, we collaborated with Procurement Department to initiate identifying a staffing agency through a cooperative agreement by board or an RFP process for a potential 5-year term contract. In September 23rd, we gathered cooperative contracts for departments utilizing staffing agencies to review. In October 10th, a recommendation to extend services from February 1st, 2026 through September 30th of 2026, allowing us to commence. I have to say there's a typo there. That should be February 1st, 2025 through September 30th of 2025, allowing us to commence the new RFP contract for FY 2027. And in October 22nd, we held a meeting with departments that utilize temporary staffing services for feedback. And today, December 9th, we are here tonight for a commission approval to extend and continue providing services to departments until we secure a vendor after the RFP process is completed. That is all I have. Are there any questions at the moment?
I did have a quick question. Can you share with us the length of the contract and what the amendment is specifically of the time? The dates again?
For the one coming up or the one that we're asking for
tonight.
approval?
Yes.
It is only between February 1st of this year. I believe I can go back. That's the correction.
No,
So the,
it's correct. It is February 1st of 26 through September of 26.
oh, that's right.
Yeah. it
Yes,
is
I'm
correct.
sorry.
It's a
It's
nine-month
only a
contract.
9-month.
It's not retroactive. Can you guys please clarify
gonna
that
be
for
my
the public again? Thank you, Commissioner, for your comment. Can you just please clarify for the audience one more time, Alan?
Yeah, it is, the slide is correct. Our current contract is getting ready to expire. We do want to do an RFP. We don't want to just take it off the buy board, but the buy board option right now will give us time to properly do that RFP. So this is a 9-month contract to give us time to do that RFP process for these services.
Thank you for clarifying.
I would say that we've struggled in the past with temporary staffing services. Not all of them have been responsive, and sometimes the temporary employees do not show up. Octagon has consistently helped us through migrant influx. They have a great reputation of really being there and ensuring that their employees are properly trained. In fact, some of them have gone on to apply for city positions, which really helps us because, as you all know, we just have just enough staff to provide the excellent services that we provide. So they're kind of a bandwidth, and when there is someone that for whatever reasons moves on from the organization, we're able to temporarily staff up that department through these services to be able to offer so that the public doesn't feel impacted with a reduced level of service during a temporary time frame. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments on this item?
Move to approve not to exceed 1 million?
Motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item is action item number 2. Is a consideration and action to authorize a cooperative purchase from Tiger Traffic using the Bybor cooperative contract number 695-23 for the purchase and the delivery of traffic signal control cabinets and vehicle detection systems for contract number 067-26-EPW-CP in the amount not to exceed $1,360,645 as budgeted.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. I'm here to present on the purchase and delivery of traffic signal control cabinets and traffic detection systems for a total amount not to exceed $1,360,645. So the first part of this is the traffic detection systems. And so the installation of these advanced vehicle detections, which are radars, are located at key intersections will significantly improve traffic operations by allowing the signal system to recognize approaching vehicles on side streets and adjusting the timing accordingly. This enhancement will help maintain continuous flow on the main corridors, reduce unnecessary delays, and improve overall intersection efficiencies and safety. The total amount for the traffic detection systems is $500,000. The locations are 14 streets, intersections. You can see here there are 6 on FM 511, 4 on FM 1847, 28th, 2 on 14th Street, and Old Portisville Road. The second part is the traffic signal control cabinets. So upgrading these existing traffic control cabinets will provide the City of Brownsville with enhanced capabilities for real-time monitoring, improved system reliability, and greater operational control of traffic signals along the major corridors. These upgrades ensure safer and more efficient traffic flow by supporting modern detections, communications, and system management technologies at these signal lights. So funding for the purchase is programmed under 2 different accounts, one for $500 and the other one for $360,645. So altogether, the total value is $1,360,645. Staff does recommend approval of this item. You can see here the last slide showing the various streets and the intersections and the amount of these cabinets per intersection. So it's a total of 50 control cabinets that you're approving with these funds.
Just had a quick question. Is this part of the funding that we received from the MPO on traffic?
This is CIP funded, not
This
part of that part.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Conjunction with, it'll work in conjunction with
The proposed improvements under that grant.
Questions or comments from the commission?
I have a table of showing all the 50 locations if you'd like to see them.
I'm excited to have better traffic flow, so yay, I'm in favor of it.
Entertain a motion. Move to approve.
Sorry.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion?
Thank you.
If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Have the motion.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Action item number 3. It's consideration and action to approve an amendment to the previous approved 5-year operation agreement with Omni Fiber LLC for the operation of the middle mile network equipment under the city's broadband project, thereby consolidating the prior contracts and including a first-year cost not to exceed $2,610,240 or $13,583,793.79 for the total of the 5 years.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Jorge Cardenas. I am the CIO for the city. So the purpose of this presentation really outlines the strategic amendment for the city's network operation agreement. And before we continue, I want to kind of go back in what happened in April of 2024, where we, the commission approved the contract for 5 years with Omni Fiber, which was part of the actual fiber middle mile network that was built. And so we brought here the contract that included 5 engineers, and those 5 engineers, we only started with 3 engineers at the moment because we had 2 additional contracts that were pretty much already doing a portion of what that contract was going to be doing. And we wanted to not start with the 5 just to save some money on that aspect. And then later it's like now that those 2 contracts that we had initially are expiring right now, so this amendment reflects the forward-thinking approach to managing the connectivity, the performance, and the service delivery across all departments. And I want to highlight that this contract here is very key to maintaining the operation of our city network infrastructure, which really is the data center, and pretty much helps every single department in the city. So a few highlights that I will go over in this presentation is the purpose of the agreement is to align the agreement with evolving operation needs, technology standards, and the services expectations. As the city grows, the service demand increases as well. And as Ms. Ramirez stated a while ago, the city has the staff that needs to do everything that we're doing right now. Obviously, every department wants more, but this agreement right here aligns with what the city needs at the moment. And, later on in the future, we might come back, but this is what the city needs and what we would like to present. Obviously, with this contract, we have operational enhancements. The network will, keep improving, will keep changing, but this network team or the engineering department team will be able to support the smart city application as we move forward. We also, on this amendment, we adding the cybersecurity engineer that we didn't have initially, but now it will be added to this amendment. And obviously, we will keep continuing providing the performance metrics and keep sharing all the information, everything working together with all departments to make sure that the city continues and is safe and we provide the best service possible. So with that, I just want to go over the contract. So as I stated, when we came here in April 2024, we started the contract, as you can see highlighted in red, with a 5-year contract, but we started only with 3 network engineers. But we had 2 additional contracts before. As you can see, the first contract, number 1, started in December 23rd, or 2023, and ended the 6th of December 2025. The second contract started in February of 2024 and ends in February 2026. So the duration of those 2 first contracts was 2 years. And as we can see in year 1, the cost was total of $1.8 million because we started again on the Omni contract with only 3 engineers. Year 2, which we are on year 2 right now, all contracts were pretty much in effect, and the price was $2.8 million. Now, year 3, 4, 5, we will not have those 5 engineers that are mentioned on the first 2 contracts, but we will keep the other contract in effect, and it will be again 1.4 million, 1.5 million, but that leaves the city place without the staff that is really needed to continue. And on the next, so doing the cost analysis, we see here the number of engineers that we need. Now, these engineers are very highly skilled. They're not just, engineers that have 2-3 years of experience. These ones have 10-15 years of experience minimum. And we're proposing the first year to be 2.6. As if we remember, here I mentioned that this year was $2.8 million. That's because we had 11 engineers, and now we are proposing 9 engineers, reducing 2 engineers on this contract because, again, we are getting only what we think is needed at this moment. So yeah, it went from 2.8 to this, the proposed is 2.6 million, and for 5 years moving forward, as we can see the increase. The great thing with this one is also that since this contract was already, approved, and it was with Omni Fiber that we had that contract with them. They are only doing a 2% increment every year compared to the traditional contract, staff contracts out there. It is about 6 to 15% increase every year per hour or on their contract. This one is only a 2% increase because of the partnership we have with Omni Fiber. So, and then just kind of to provide a little bit of more clarity on maybe a question is like, why can we just hire those engineers? Why can we hire them in-house? So right now in the city, at the IT department, we have 11 employees. That includes myself, IT director, 2 assistant directors, and the rest of them are help desk, engineers. And with those 11 employees, and also to highlight, the average salary of this 11 employees is about $87,000. Compare, and then the total price that the city pays $1.8 million, but that's because of all the benefits, the retirement plans, and all that additional, money that is added to their pension. And here is, I went deeper into it to kind of say, okay, can we do a staff augmentation or can we bring them city staff? So as we can see, all the actual engineers on the left side, first column, their experience, the qualifications, they're all senior, 1 junior, 2 junior. When you see the Omni price, right? $165 for a network architect. Now, I went out there, there's a DIR contract that, again, DIR contract is most of the time used because it's already contracted through the state, and that's the easiest way to go and get personnel. A DIR contract, that same position is for $185. With Omni, the total price for that engineer is $396. With a DIR contract will be $444. And if we actually bring it in-house with this on the city, will be $504,000. So for just that one position, as we can see, we go down and see the difference. It is a great discount, I can say. Yes, it is a lot of money, no doubt. But going from Omni to city staff, it's about a $760,000 savings annually. And that's about, $3.5 million in this 5-year contract. So it is a $3.5 million in the 5-year term that, that's why we're proposing to bring the Omni personnel.
It is also very hard to hire that caliber of employee with that much, experience. So it's not, while Jorge's giving you the price of what would it cost, there's a question of how long it would even take us to hire. Now, that's not to say that we're not training within and having succession planning within, but at this point, we don't have that talent to what we need with regard to cybersecurity and then just running our operations.
That's correct. Yeah, it is very hard to find this level. Right now, we are bringing a lot of, kids after, from university. We actually have one right now that, is in break. So we bring them in and we try to train them. That will be the future of Brownsville. But as of right now, what Brownsville need is those engineers that are highly skilled because of the speed that we are moving. And as Mr. Gar mentioned, all the things that we are doing here in the city, it really requires those skills. So with that being said, I would like to propose the approval of this amendment so that we can continue the city operations.
And these positions would only be to end the 5-year contract, and then it would be reconsidered?
No, so this position is to keep the positions, the 5 positions with the original Omni contract and add those additional 4 positions to pretty much cancel the first 2 contracts and just have 1 contract in total.
So we would hire contract employees versus hiring within, and so, because we need those services. So we initially had those under 3 different contracts, so we're consolidating into 1 contract versus trying to hire up and add more personnel costs, which comes with many other costs to the city.
Why didn't we anticipate this at the beginning?
At the beginning of
how many personnel or how many engineers we were going to need?
So we had them, as I mentioned on the first slide, we did had 11 engineers. So from the beginning, we knew that we needed that many. But as we move forward, the two that are being removed are the ones that we actually had. We just finished a network modernization. If we remember, 2 years ago, council approved the purchase of the equipment, all the network equipment to replace it. So those two engineers are being removed because we are done with that project. But from the beginning, from the day I got here in 2022, we anticipated that number of engineers.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is, I'm just curious if, how many of these engineers are local or from around? here?
We have on this one, there's two engineers local, and there are the two juniors. Yes.
I'm also an assistant director that is from Matamoros, but that has the ability to work in the United States. And, we've gone to that level where we've had to look across the border and legally hire talent from Matamoros.
Right.
And one more question, I'm sorry. Is this extra money comes out then from our general fund, or where does this come from?
So, Mr. Guard, you want to?
Yeah, at this time, it's coming from the general fund, but again, as we start leasing our dark fiber and the additional strands that we have, we're going to create that fiber fund, which will cover all these costs.
Thank you.
In fact, this evening, we have a first letter of intent for the leasing of fiber. So, and then there's two more that are in the works. These are just like economic development agreements. They take time, and this is the first time we've ever done this. So similar to, there's an enterprise fund, like if you think of the parking stations in
Right.
downtown, we create the fund, you run a deficit for some period of time until the fund collects, and then it reimburses the enterprise fund.
Thank you.
So that's the strategy. sir.
And how long do we think that'll happen? That we'll start making some money on our fiber?
Well, this evening, we'll be discussing that in executive session. Soon as we can, we think we can soon.
You
That's
think
why, but we're gonna have our first contract discussed in executive session today.
You think we can move this to be approved after executive session? Is that possible? So we can discuss it in the back?
This particular item,
Yes, sir.
yeah, you can always discuss this in executive session under 551.071.
I think he wants to vote on it after executive session, after
Right.
we talk about the
Correct.
contract.
Yes,
I like
so
that
rather than
discussion
vote it
first.
now, that way we were able to give you kind of the economic development and revenue generation that we're proposing in executive session and discuss those, because there's more than one contract, and then we can come back and vote on this.
Right.
Sure.
Yes, we can do that.
Can we just move it out of order? Do you need anything, or
We
we
need
just
a
move
motion
it out?
here.
We can come back to it
Thank you.
after executive.
Can I ask a question before we move on? Mr. Guard, if we do proceed and we do these 13.5 million over the next 5 years, looking at the projections that you see in the growth of our budget, we did, we were asked as a commission to increase 1 cent from the tax base, which roughly was close to $2-3 million, something like that.
I think it was 1.3.
About 1.3 million for the penny.
1.3?
Yeah, per penny.
So this is double that, correct?
Yeah.
That we're gonna-
Almost triple.
Well, I'm just saying, over the next 5 years, how comfortable are you getting into a 5-year contract here without affecting the general fund
I'm
for an increase?
100% confident. I know how many strands we have. I know even at a discounted rate, working with our partners, that'll generate a significant amount of funds. I actually believe the fiber fund is one of those strategies where we will generate enough money that we will able to transfer some of the general fund expenses related to technology to that fiber fund, freeing up general fund money to do a couple of things. One, enhance services in other departments, but two, helping us keep the tax rate at that 60 cents or lower. So I'm 100% confident based on that, knowing who the partners are that we're talking with right now to lease our system that you all very wisely invested ARPA money into.
Right, and I just want to also add that, these are 9 engineers that are pretty much key to the operation. Taking them off, we'll turn the lights off. So it is that, detrimental to move forward with this contract. I understand it's a lot of money, but as a CIO, I think it's my duty to also state that it is something that is needed. Without those engineers, the city network operations will be very hard to continue.
Yeah, I don't think anyone denies that. I think we just need a better handle on the overall, forecast.
Right.
I think we'll bring it back.
Thank you.
At the end of the meeting.
Thank you.
Item number 4 is a consideration and action on on ordinance number 2025-1791, authorizing the issuance of one or more series of City of Brownsville, Texas general obligation refunding bonds in a combined aggregated principal amount not to exceed $35 million, approving and authorizing the execution of all other instruments and procedures related thereto, delegating the authority to certain city officials to approve all final terms of the bonds, approving an official statement, and calling the certain obligations for redemption.
Mayor and Commission, Dave Gordon is here from our financial advisors. We have an opportunity to refinance some of our older debt that should have significant savings for the city and also, again, help with the tax rate issue. I'll let Dave explain it. Thank you, David, for being here.
Thank you, Alan. Again, Dave Gordon with Estrada Hinojosa. We're financial advisor to the city. As financial advisor, we help you finance new projects, like we helped you with the issuance of 2 series of certificates of obligation last year. But we're also continually monitoring your debt portfolio and looking for opportunities based on the current market conditions to refinance that debt for savings. That's what we're here to talk about tonight. So just real briefly on the market, prior to kind of going into the actual opportunities, certainly market conditions play a big role in refinancing of debt or refunding for savings. And unlike the very, very low interest rate environment we were in 2020 through 22, we're in a significantly higher interest rate environment now. Having said that, we have come down a bit in rates since you financed the second series of certificates of obligation back in early September. But you can see from a historical perspective, and this is the long-term 30-year treasury versus the 30-year municipal credit. You can see from a long-term perspective, we're still within reason and not significantly higher than we have been over time. This is the actual municipal market data yield curve, they call it. So when we do a bond issuance or certificate of obligation issuance or refinancing, we're actually looking at individual maturities, and those specific maturity rates are important. The vertical bars in this particular graph represent the range of rates for each of those maturities since 2000, with the blue boxes represent the average of those rates, and then the diamonds are where we are today. So for each of these rates, we're actually approximately on the average over time. And again, that presents an opportunity for you to refinance some of your debt. So when you look at the outstanding debt portfolio for the city, you have about $375 million of debt outstanding, of which about $260 million of that is callable. When I say it's callable, it means that when we issue debt, we typically will issue it with what's called a 10-year par call, meaning approximately 10 years after the issuance of the debt, you're able to call the debt and refinance it for savings or for restructuring or whatever. So unlike a mortgage, which now is callable or you can repay it at any time, this one has basically a lockout for 10 years to be able to call it at par. You can see on the left-hand side towards the bottom, the 5 different series of obligations that we're focused on that could be refinanced coming up with this next issuance. 4 of those series are not callable until 2/15 of 26, so we're within that 90-day window when we can start that process. One of the series was callable last year, but just based on where market rates were and the size of that particular transaction by itself, it didn't make sense to move forward with it. And then you have the 2014 obligations at the very bottom only have 1 maturity left. So even though they're callable, the final maturity is going to be paid off in 2/15 of 26. And so you can see on the right-hand side, the debt portfolio, again, you had a pretty large issuance last year. towards the very end of the fiscal year. And you've made some contributions to kind of maintain the tax rate at about a 25 cents for the debt service tax, as you can see in the upper right-hand corner. The city does have two ratings on this debt. You have a AA plus from S&P, so very, very strong investment grade credit rating that you received an upgrade on last year. You also have a AA3 from Moody's, which is equivalent of a AA minus. So one of the refunding opportunities is for the 2018 certificates of obligation. So unlike the majority of the debt issued by the city that is traditional tax exempt debt, this actually is tax exempt debt, but it's subject to the alternative minimum tax. That's common for a number of types of issuances, but in particular for airport issuances. And this debt was issued for improvements at the airport. Just based on the way the tax code works and the fact that you have the airlines there that receive some benefit from that, there's a specific provision in the tax code that requires this to be done as AMT debt. So it would need to be done as a separate series. Those rates are slightly higher, but again, all of these right now are in the money to be refinanced. So about $16 million of these certificates of obligation that could be refinanced. So you can see the approximate savings on this page. About 6% savings is what we're expecting right now, maybe a little bit more, a little less, depending upon where rates are at the time of the sale. But you can see about 75,000 or so per year in savings out through 2043 for a total of about 1.3 million, or again, about 6% savings on a net present value basis. The other 4 series of obligations, some of those maturities are quote unquote in the money or can be refinanced for savings where other ones are not. So depending upon where those rates are at the time of the sale, we might include some maturities and not include other ones. There's about 15 million total on this page. You can see in terms of maturities that could be refinanced. And then you can see towards the right-hand side where it shows it's red. Those are the ones that right now are currently not in the money. And then where you see other ones that are in black, those are the ones that do produce savings. In general, you'll notice that the higher the coupon, which is that second column from the left, the higher the coupon, the more likely you can refinance it for savings. So if there's a 5% coupon, very, very possible you can refinance it for savings. Whereas if it's a 3% coupon, or even in this case, some 2% coupons, those are probably not going to be able to be refunded for savings. So with these obligations, about 10.8 million in terms of refunded bonds that we're assuming. Again, these could all be called, and you can see the approximate savings in terms of the rate difference on the far right-hand column. And kind of cobbling together these 4 series of obligations, the maturities that make sense, you can see there's about 420,000 or so in terms of cash flow savings. Right around just over 4% is what we're anticipating. And again, you know, exactly how this one works will depend on rates at the time. So again, we're a financial advisor. You do have McCall, Parkerson, Horton, who is your bond counsel, who's prepared the documents that you have in front of you today. We've talked it over amongst your finance staff and decided to only use the S&P rating in this case. That'll produce a little bit more savings and save the cost of getting the second rating. Plus, given the big rating difference between the two, AA plus versus the equivalent of a AA minus, it doesn't make a lot of sense in this case to utilize the Moody's rating. UMB is your paying agent, and they'll also serve as escrow agent in this case. In talking with your staff and talking through a number of banks that won your recent competitive sales, we've decided to go ahead and use Bank of America for the sales as the underwriter, and then we'll work with them to pick their underwriters counsel. So here's the preliminary schedule. Unlike the last 3 sales that you've done where you've done a competitive sale where we posted the offering document on a website, this one we had talked with your staff and again proposed we do what's called a negotiated sale, which you had done prior to the last 3 sales. In a negotiated sale, we kind of pick the underwriter ahead of time and we work through a process with them to do a pricing and then go through and actually consummate the final transaction. The reason that we talked to your staff about doing it as a negotiated sale in this case is just because of the AMT debt. It's not real common to do competitive sales for AMT and the the universe of buyers there is much more limited, and the expertise needed from the underwriter is a little bit greater. So this particular case we've got, again, before you is a bond ordinance that provides the authority for staff and advisors to complete the sale subject to certain conditions. The conditions are basically that it'd be no more than $35 million total, that we receive at least a 3% net present value savings, and that we don't extend the final maturity. And with that, you would have basically 4 different pricing officers: the mayor, the city manager, the deputy city manager, and the finance director would be able to sign the final documents. So we've already started working on what the offering document, which is called the preliminary official statement. We've reached out to S&P, and fortunately, we won't have to do a call with them. We're going to do everything kind of via email with them. But the goal with them would be to receive a rating either late this month or early in January, and then price the obligations with the underwriter sometime before the end of January. Right now, we're targeting January 29th, and then close a few weeks after that. So again, before you is a parameters ordinance to kind of allow the staff and advisors to move forward with the issuance of this debt. Happy to take any questions that you may have.
All right, any questions or comments? I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Thank you.
Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to move out of order and entertain item number 6 first.
Second.
Do we need a motion for that? To move?
Yeah, we can do a motion for that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Have it, motion carries.
Action item number 6. It is a consideration and action to approve a resolution number 2025-133, creating the One City Committee to review and provide guidance on the city's fair practice ordinance, advise on and promote community relations, and ensure equal opportunity for all residents of Brownsville. Adopting the bylaws for said commission and authorizing the city staff to take all of the necessary administrative actions related thereto.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commission. My name is Will Trevino, City Attorney for the city. This resolution number 2025-133 would be creating the One City Committee. Next slide. And if you bear with me, I did want to read this. In doing some of the research, I found out that tomorrow is actually International Human Rights Day. And this is before you all on the eve of that particular day. And this is a quote from Eleanor Roosevelt, who is, my understanding, is one of the founding members of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And so she said, "Where, after all, do universal human rights begin? In small places, close to home, so close and so small that they cannot be seen on any maps of the world. Unless these rights have meaning there, they have little meaning anywhere. Without concerted citizen action to uphold them close to home, we shall look in vain for progress in the larger world." And so on the eve of the International Human Rights Day, we do have this resolution before you. Next slide. The proposed purpose of the One City Committee is that it would serve as a human rights and community relations committee that is charged with providing guidance and strategic input on programs, policies, and activities that promote positive human relations and equitable outcomes and opportunities in all aspects of community life for all residents of Brownsville. They would be the entity, or the board rather, that would have oversight over the Fair Practice Ordinance that is currently codified in Chapter 56. That was adopted by the 2022 City Commission. A brief summation of the policy is that all persons are created equal, and the goal of the Fair Practice Ordinance is to align with U.S. civil rights and equal protection laws. And so within the Fair Practice Ordinance, it does provide local protection against discrimination for the protected classes. The proposed structure, now on this slide, it says 7 voting members nominated by city commission, which is very similar to other boards and commissions that the city has. And aligns with the city's board and commission ordinance. There is, or there will be a floor amendment to add an ex officio to that board to be a city commissioner. And so the city secretary's office already has a copy of that updated resolution for y'all's consideration. The terms would be staggered 2-year terms. Of course, we will have initial 3-year terms so that we can create that staggering. And it's really important to indicate that no member of the committee would receive a salary, right? All of our boards and commissions are voluntary. Anybody can apply to serve on the one city committee. But of course we do, like other boards and commissions, we do reimburse for expenditures that are related to official city business. Next slide. They would meet monthly. The quorum would still be 4 members, even though there would be an ex officio. That would be a non-voting member, unless y'all decide otherwise. They would have an officer, chair and vice chair. They would be governed by the Robert Rules of Order, except the chair would vote. And they would still comply with Texas Open Meetings Act and Public Information Act. And just like with our other boards and commissions, the commission does have a policy that all boards and commissions adhere to transparency laws. And so this board would be the same. Now, as far as their duties and functions, they would advise City Commission on human rights and community relations. There's only 3 cities in Texas that have an actual human relations commission or human rights commission. It is Fort Worth, Dallas, and I believe Austin. And other cities, these particular cities have their version of a fair practice ordinance. So we would be the 4th city to actually adopt, if this is approved, even though it's called one city committee, the name is devised from the mentality of one city, and our city manager who is leaving has a very beautiful way of saying what one city is. But more so, the word committee was added to it so that we don't confuse the public from, county commission, city commission, and then you have a one city commission, right? And so we chose the word committee. But it would also serve as a resource and advocate for residents on all protected classes. It would suggest and champion policies, programs, events, build relationships with local, state, national, and international groups. Unlike the cities that do have a human rights division or commission in their city, we are actually a border city that has a great relationship with our neighboring city, Matamoros. And so this commission would have that, or committee would have that ability to bridge that gap and work with international groups as well. They would support city staff and one city initiatives, increase awareness of respect and unity among citizens. And within the resolution, we did soften this language here as far as assist and provide recommendations to the police department. It would be in crime prevention strategies and techniques, and really also to get the public to learn how to engage with police officers. I think that is something that is lacking across the nation. Some people don't know how to respond with officers. They get scared. And so they would assist the city manager's office in reviewing complaints of discrimination and help refer to appropriate agencies. And they would also recommend or provide studies that are readily available on the treatment of diverse groups within the city. And so this one city committee would be the City of Brownsville's Human Rights or Human Relations Commission. And next slide. And they would be charged with overseeing the Fair Practice Ordinance. And the applications for that particular one city committee would If it's created, it would be available. We would have people apply. The city secretary's office would post the application. You all would have your opportunity to appoint individuals either at the next meeting in January. So, yeah, any questions?
I do. Could I make a motion, like, if we're going to adopt this, could I make the motion with is it already perceived that that it's amended to have an ex officio role, or do I need to amend it to add an ex officio role?
Yeah, so if you would want to add the ex officio, you would move to amend as discussed in the current presentation. But yeah, it would be moving to amend adopt
amend.
the amended resolution.
Adopt with an amendment with an ex officio role. If I have a member of the commission already in mind, can I already add that in the amendment?
Yes, you can make that as part of your motion.
Any other questions or comments from the commission?
Move to approve with the amended ex officio role, and I would like to nominate Commissioner Martinez to be the ex officio.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
The next item, we're going to go back to item number 5. There you go. It is the consideration and action to approve the resolution number 2025-130, dissolving the LGBTQ plus task force and authorizing the city staff to take all the necessary administrative action related thereto.
Hello again, Mayor and City Commission. Resolution number 2025-130 would be dissolving the LGBTQ plus task force. The task force was not intended to be a long-standing body of the City Commission. It had a specific charge, if you will, of coming up with the Fair Practice Ordinance. Next slide. And so as we go through the discussion, I think it's important to emphasize the progress of the timeline of how this came about. In the summer of 2025, this past summer, we've had discussions with task force members on the concerns and what we were, from the legal perspective, seeing from the state and federal executive orders and bills that were passed that were impacting how cities are taking on certain DEI initiatives. Moving forward to October, we held discussions with task force members, letting them know that this was coming. And with the LGBTQ task force being a temporary body, right, like an ad hoc committee, if you will, that had the charge of creating the Fair Practice Ordinance, the dissolution was going to occur at some point. The federal executive orders that were passed down, and we'll show what those orders were, sped up the process, right? So we had those individual discussions with task force members, and then we did bring it to City Commission for first reading. The outcome of that was that we felt like we needed to have a community meeting. So we had a community meeting on November 17th. We then presented whatever feedback that we received from the community meeting and executive session, and we shared that with the committee of the community on the last evening, December 8th. And so it's been a long road to get to this point. Next slide. And it all derives from the two main issues. Is one, this LGBTQ plus task force, being a task force, was not meant to be a permanent body. And then two, the first day of inauguration with President Trump, the first list of executive orders that were issued from his office were targeted towards DEI initiatives. And one of this outcomes was that a lot of cities are looking towards their own programs and their initiatives and determining whether or not they would lose federal grants. Next slide. And this is another example of the executive orders that were issued. Next slide. You can fast forward to the next slide. All right, there you go. Following that, what we were seeing in the summer as we were discussing it with the task force, we were seeing that the federal government was moving towards creating, of course, like a new civil division that would be enforcing the anti-DEI initiatives and executive orders. We started seeing other states drawing scrutiny from the Department of Justice on some of their DEI initiatives. Next slide. And locally in our state, the city of Austin, for some of their DEI initiatives, were issued a letter from that civil rights division that was created solely just to investigate cities and counties on this type of activity. They were issued a letter themselves in September regarding their DEI initiatives. Next slide. And so even at the state level, we saw bills passed that also impacted how the cities would have their own local initiatives with House Bill 229. Which changed how we have quite a bit of our applications, if you will, or in different gender identification type of initiatives. Next slide. What we started seeing was the various cities that have these initiatives in place suspend or work to dissolve the task force or their initiatives. Arlington, as an example, actually lost a grant because of their version of a human rights ordinance, which went a little further than ours. So there is a difference between our ordinance and theirs. Next slide. And then more so with crosswalks, the state also followed suit and issued a letter from the governor's office letting the local cities that have pride crosswalks know that if they continue with the crosswalks and didn't remove them, they would lose funding from TxDOT. Next slide. And so one of the reasons why the move to dissolve this task force is it is considered a DEI initiative. Looking at the city's budget and the grants that the city gets, 41 million is what the city has in their budget from grants. And a lot of these grants have assurances that when you sign the agreement and accept them, you are accepting certain provisions within the grant. And some of those provisions are that you're going to comply with federal law, including the executive orders. And so, as you all know, the grants fund various initiatives that the city puts on, without which, if we didn't have the grants, we would not be able to fund a lot of these initiatives like the B Metro Transit and other initiatives with housing, streets, library services, health programs to serve low, moderate income residents. A lot of those programs would go away. Next slide. And an example of the impact, we've heard a question is, well, why are you doing this now? The impact that we have already seen from the executive orders, although it's not a DEI initiative, it was based on the federal government's change in stance on immigration. The Biden administration had a different stance on immigration. They had certain policies that opened up the borders, if you will. And with the cities, they did provide grants and requested the local entities to assist the migrants in processing them and making sure they had like the bare necessities that they needed. And the cities would get reimbursed for those grants. The city had received a total from those grants, had received a total of $12.9 million. But due to the executive orders that came in, a lot of that quickly went away. The city lost 10.3 million in funding, and we were audited, and they clawed back approximately 2 to 3 million from the executive order. And so just alone on immigration, we have already experienced the effect that these executive orders have. And so, next slide. Okay. And that is the reason why the city attorney's office has recommended to the city commission out of abundance of caution, and more so because the task force wasn't meant to exist beyond the adoption of the fair practice ordinance. We wanted to bring this forward to you all for consideration. Any questions?
Any questions or comments? So I do want to thank staff for helping organize the public forums we had, which were well attended. And there was a lot of good discussion, a lot of good information that was shared. And at the end of the day, the city, and I believe this commission, wants to have obviously an open door policy on how to improve the way we handle input from not only this community, but all communities that want to engage with the city, right? So I think this new model that we're proposing, or that we've adopted, represents a great path forward. Unfortunately, I know the dynamics at the federal level and the state level require us to go down this path. As mayor, I feel ultimately responsible to manage risk, right? To make the best decision possible for our citizens, to make sure that we do not put funding at risk. And I think the way the federal government, the way the state is looking at these type of programs that are in other cities. And I would like to ask you, council, maintaining this task force, does this put us at risk going forward for, we have to certify that we are in compliance?
Right. Yeah. So by keeping the task force, it puts us in grave risk of losing the 41 million in grants that we receive from the federal government. The immigration impact that we have, even though it's 3 million, that was readily seen from the executive orders, right? And so executive orders, a lot of people don't understand executive orders. They're not statutes that Congress passes, but they do have the effect of law for the federal agencies. And so even we put up a fight. We appealed FEMA's decision to claw back the 3 million and revoke the 10.3 million in assistance. And part of it was principle too, because they asked us for assistance. It wasn't like we took it upon ourselves to assist. It was the federal government asked us. And to this date, we still receive requests from the federal government to assist them. And with the grants taken away, we're not receiving their federal assistance anymore, but they're still asking for help. When you ask if this would impact us, the federal government and the state government, they believe that these type of initiatives that are being put on by government are unconstitutional, right? And so there are some cities and there's some states that are fighting the executive orders. But as you saw from the budget, we don't have a war chest like other cities to counter the executive orders. And it's a long process. Courts take a long time. And so we would recommend dissolving the task force so that we can preserve the ability to still receive these grants. And more so, when we sign certifications that we're complying with federal law, they're asking our city manager and the city attorney, they're asking us if we are complying with the executive orders. And so we've seen other cities lose funding. And we wanted to be preemptive and not and proactive and not be in a position to where we would lose that funding. And then like with the immigration, you appeal it, but they're not accepting the appeals.
Thank you for your words, Mayor. I just wanted to say a few words on this. This process hasn't been nothing but nothing easy. And I know that the community, really came out and shared with us their concerns and their thoughts and their ideas. And the commission went back after we realized that, we missed a lot of steps before being able to tackle this forth. So for that, I want to apologize to you all for missing those steps. But more importantly, I want to reiterate with you all that I am proudly the second gay commissioner to be elected to this body. And I am fortunate enough to have lived in a community and be supported by a community that has welcomed me. And I can speak for myself, but I know that each one of our community members can speak for themselves when they say that this community is welcoming. This commission has welcomed each citizen and has strived to provide a community where everybody feels safe, where everybody can feel dignified. And that's exactly our purpose today, is to continue that within the city. Like I said, this wasn't an easy process. Texas still lacks a comprehensive state level anti-discrimination law. So I also want to reiterate, the Fair Practice Ordinance will remain in place. This is not going anywhere, and this is an ongoing conversation. I just want to thank the commission for the continuous support ever since 2019, when this was first created and unanimously passed the Fair Practice Ordinance and unanimously continue to support this community. So know that we stand with you and we are behind you. And we ask you to please be part of this and take part in this journey with us, because at the end of the day, we are one city. Thank you all.
And I did also want to mention, I forgot one thing that was not part of the slides. The current task force, some of the members, they have discussed creating their own nonprofit. And nonprofits have an advantage over city boards for the reason that they don't have the restrictions that the city has as far as the use of public funds. You have to pass a public purpose test, employee time, limitation in receiving donations from individuals. And so, that's a separate discussion that they're having. And I didn't want to put that out there, that they have discussed, like, moving forward, what will be the next step for them.
I just have a couple of comments. I want to thank, I see two individuals here that were at the original meeting and at every single meeting and sat here for a very long time tonight, for about 3 hours. And I want to thank you and everyone else that couldn't make it tonight. I just think it's about how we approach this. We hear you. We're going to continue to hear you. We're going to continue to listen, and we're not perfect. I think it's about restructuring the approach we have. And if you give us that chance, I think having an ex officio, and that's why we switched the agenda items, so that you can see that the new entity is formed. It is permanent. It's not perfect, but it is a restructuring approach. But we have to be met halfway as well with participation. I think that this is the first of many more meetings, the first session of many more meetings to try to get that one city board to do correct function and to evolve from what the task force created to be able to serve all our residents and have a place where you have a voice for this commission and the mayor and the city manager's office. So I do believe it's an evolution and it's a restructure, but we are here and we are listening.
Commissioner. Hear the comments?
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next item is action number 1. In the consideration and action, on resolution number 2025-135 to appoint or reappoint members to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, BPAC.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Commission. My name is Eva Garcia, and I am honored to serve as the Board Liaison for the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. And I'm here today with an item to have 2 vacancies, one from Commissioner at Large B and one from Commissioner from District 3 to appoint their members, so we may have a full board.
I'll appoint Mayra Cruz.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I wish to nominate Jesus Garcia.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
May we enter into executive session, Mayor?
Yes, please. Entertain. I'll entertain a motion to enter executive session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it, motion carries.
Perfect. That the City Commission will enter into executive session at 8:57 PM on the following items. Item number 1 is a closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and .74 in related to the city manager's selection process and appointment. Item 2 is a closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.071 related to the Main Street Program. Executive session, item number 3 is a closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.071 related to Project Lumina. Executive session, item number 4 is a closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and .072 and .087 in related to the Project Moon, and as well as the individual consideration item. And the time is 8:58. What? is add item for consideration.
No, ese ya se.
No, that's not it.
That wasn't it, the Omni one.
It's the Omni number 3. Yes. Oh, thank you. I'm almost. There you go. Oh, Gustavo de Leon. Yeah, he was absent in executive session.
Oh, Commissioner De Leon's on here? I just noticed right.
He was absent during the entire,
Hmm?
he was absent during the entire executive session.
Oh,
Mhm.
I didn't even notice that.
Mayor, may we reconvene back into open session?
Yes, please.
The time is 11:14 PM. We're back into open session. Is there any possible action to consider?
Yes.
We had, first we had,
Your thing, your agenda item.
Yeah, okay.
So
we go back
items
to
for
individual items?
consideration, action item number 3?
Yes.
Okay.
I will move to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
In executive session, item number 1 is a consideration and action, if any, in related to a letter of intent for Project Lumina.
Entertain a motion.
I don't think this was an action item.
No, it's to,
Yes,
it's to proceed as.
if we can go to the action item, it was, authorize the city manager
Project
to execute a LOI for Project, Lumina.
What did we just approve? The action item number 3? I got it. Now we're on the executive session. Number 1.
I didn't hear.
Action item on consideration action, if any, related to the letter of intent for Project Lumina.
Right. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
All right, we're adjournment.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Adjourn.
Motion and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
The time is 11:16 PM. Good night.